I know you want to go bark outside. Can you relax? No? If I let you go, you're gonna freak out? Yeah. Okay, I think this is the right one. Okay, wait. She made me hit a button. I think this is right. Yes! Okay, good. Yes, there we go. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? It went alright, let's see. Frankly, there are still a lot of gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. Come here, accept your fate. Come on. Yeah, there she is. Come on, accept your fate. See, I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? Oh. I can't offer Jaina any words of advice because she just runs away too quickly. Bye, Janie. A defense attorney should never believe their client. That's the same problem Richard Hammond had, though. Like, dude, you gotta believe your client. Hello! How are you today? Hopefully great. I know this one's supposed to be longer. I do want to see if we can finish this one today and then just wrap up the entirety of Phoenix Wright 1. I want to believe. I want to believe in myself as an attorney. Right, Jaina? Yeah, Jaina believes. Totally. She totally believes. See, the defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Really not a innocent until proven guilty sort of court, is this? Never forget that. Miss Skye, you remind me a lot of Mia, but there is one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney! Eh? I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. Like, dude, I have to believe you. One of the witnesses' case is a very interesting dude. I miss the bird. I want to cross-examine the bird more. That was fun. It's my first trial without Faye helping me. No one's going to bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Because, yeah, Mia technically wasn't there for the last case, except for, like, that one very brief kind of vibe instance. You haven't met Damon, have you? No, I have not met Damon. We met the... oh, gosh. Profiles. Okay, yeah, so we got Edgeworth, Gumshoe, the new lady Emma Skye, her sister Lana Skye, Angel Starr, and then Jake Marshall, and then Bruce Goodman is the dead person. Yes, okay. And then from what we understand, Marshall and Lana were together, but they've had thinks he's a cowboy. He is a cowboy. They were together, but now they're not. For, I guess, a reason we haven't really discovered yet. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. Oh, yeah. I'm so ready. February 23, 10 a.m. Let's go. Medley, come here. Medley. Come on. You gonna... yeah, the girl. That's a big Medley. See, court is on session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. Medley. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since that trial. I hope that personal feelings will not be a part of the proceedings today, Mr. Wright. Hey, no, you're the one that should have recused yourself. This is your boss. Like, the whole point- yeah, he should have recused himself. I'm sorry. That should have been, like, immediate, like, no, I can't do it. I can't prosecute my boss. Get someone out of district. It doesn't matter. Can't do it. What are you doing, Mr. Fenris? Jaina, don't be racist. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth, your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she is rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. Gosh. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime, a professional witness. What? Professional witness? Well, then call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Starr, to the stand. What does it mean by professional witness? The cough-up queen? Oh, because she coughs up her testimony? Haven't I seen you somewhere? I like how she has a different lunchbox every time. You order the caviar lunch, right? Ho-ho, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before. The judge is really wolfing it down. Okay, another one! And for you, I have a Fiesta Bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? And you, sir? Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Hey. Not in American high school. It's not 10 a.m. Perfect time for lunch. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste? So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapioca. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now. Me, the name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Oh, ayo, 60-day streak, let's go! Damn, 60-day streak is crazy, because it only counts the days that I actually stream. So it's technically, like, longer than that in terms of weeks. That's insane, that's 60. No, it's still only 450 for the streak. Still only, how are you still only get 450? That number should be going up. I wish I could give out points. I saw someone get a 100 watch streak on another, 100, damn, good for them. That's still another, like, it's still like another 40 days, which is 10 weeks for my stream since I do 4 days a week. Wow. My goodness. Well, yeah, impressive, the 100 days. Did they get anything more than that? Like, my goodness. You should get way more than 450. I was trying to think if anyone does get to 100, like Monokuma, for example, gets to 100. Like, I gotta think of something that would be good. Pretty sure it's always 450. That's so stupid. That, like, if you get to 100, it should be like, get to, like, a next tier. Like, oh, you get 1,000 points or something. A little bit more. Come on. Let's see, is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Like, yeah, I was like, oh, what could be good? Like, oh, like a free recommendation or something. Like, oh, like, I want you to move a game. I don't know. I was trying to think, like, what would be good, but there's not much I can think of that would work for that, but I wanted to think of something. I'm just not very smart. Let's see, very well, witness, please describe the incident to us. Prosecution will wait. I'm not finishing. Hurry it up. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime. Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional. Pretty sure Sin says the same watch streak me. We'll both hit 100 most likely. I think you both will. And it should be about the same day, which is crazy. I guess that's because you were both watching when they enacted the watch streak. So it's probably even longer than that, but they just didn't enact it until now. It's actually interesting that they waited this long. Like, what's wrong with Twitch that they only had their watch streak thing, like, now? They should have had that way earlier. It's so weird that they didn't have that until pretty recently. Let's see. See, and what exactly do you mean? Wait a second. So I was checking something, and it was just acting weird, and I don't know why. Okay then. The bluer team is teasing something. Really now? There's been a lot of teases recently. What are they specifically teasing? Also, I saw that Spike Chunsoft has another new game coming out called, what was it? Shoten? Gosh, what was it? I wrote it down. Specifically, it was another Spike Chunsoft game. I was like, wow, I gotta check that out. But what was it called? Shootin' Order, specifically. Might be a Silent Hill or a remake of an older game. I'm hoping more Silent Hill. Like, they announced Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 3 at the same time. Ooh, for the pets, for little buddies? Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. Mr. Fenris. She was a first-rate homicide detective, really? Interesting, but now she works at Lunchland, so why did that change? It's only been 2 years. Here you go, Mr. Kitty. Mr. Kitty, here you go. Apparently it's a game on a PS2 called Rule of Rose. Might be a remake. Ooh, that'd be exciting. We need, some of these older horror games get so forgotten about and left behind. I'm so glad some of them are getting like a revitalization. That's exciting. Wait, Miss Star was a detective? That's one of those games that I would definitely pick up when I had the money for it. Ah! I know who you are! Cough up? You know her title too and everything. Here you go. Oh, that's good girls. That's good pups. Okay, here you go. Another little pile for puppies. I don't know where Mona is, but here you go, Mr. Kitty. Here you go. He wants his little snacks. He's a sweet lad. Okay, enough snacks. There you go. There you go, Medley. She's a good sausage. Let's see. Cough of Queen, Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see. Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Star. Just who is this lady? If I might have the court's attention over here. May I kiss? No, that's okay. Parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block for the prosecutor's office personnel, and B block for its visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutor spaces, yes? Hope you saw that last photo I sent you, who I can use an RO. Oh, wait, I did not see the last photo. I was getting ready and I was eating and all that. Hey, you can be JoJo? Like one of the better JoJos? Damn. I like that JoJo, especially compared to some of the other JoJos. That's a really solid JoJo, but maybe not as solid as JoJo, you know what I mean? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block in the car's trunk. The killer stabbed the victim with a knife and went to drive the body out. I tried to play the JoJo fighting game, and I'm not a big fighting game person. I couldn't get into it. I would love to play like an actual Yakuza style game based off an anime, which is why I put Fist of the North Star on my list, because that's made by RGG and it has a cabaret mode, which I'm very excited about, and it's an actual like RPG Yakuza style game based off an anime. Why don't I not get more of those? Goodness, like, I'm so tired of the fighting games, man. I don't want to play another Naruto fighter. I don't want to play a Bleach fighter. I don't want to play Jump Force. Give me an actual game with actual stuff that is not just an arena fighter, please. Let's see, unfortunately for her, there was a witness and an arrest was made on the spot. And who was this valiant witness? Why, it was me, Your Honor. Parking lot floor plans added to the court record. Witness, did you see the very moment of the crime? Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor. Okay, so she apprehended the chief prosecutor. It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? No, there's something else. We gotta get her testimony. Let's see. Well, Mr. Wright, I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. Can I help you? Can you leave Evie alone? It seems that some poor losers are willing to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have for bathing? If you can, then give them your worst, Miss Star. Wait, are they talking about me? Gina? Hey, can you leave Evie alone? Go to your spot. Go to your spot and relax. Witness account. Okay. Somehow I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. Well, she has 2 boyfriends, by the way. When I sent something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Suspicious. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. So wait, based on how they mentioned this, she would have been in B block. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand, but her right hand is injured. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. I already see multiple things wrong with this, but I gotta prove that I see multiple things wrong with this. Bringing the lunchbox to your boyfriend, how touching. As you can see, there is no room for doubt. Shut up, Edgeworth. I got you off, I can get your boss off too. The key point for your testimony seems to be nothing more than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman. So how does it feel to be utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that. It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Can I cross-examine your booty, into a different spot, little lady? Okay, there you go. See, isn't that better? Because now you're not falling. Somehow, alright, you know, just immediately we're gonna press. I don't care what this bitch has to say. How do you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic appearance of crime. B-Man, another 60! We were just talking about, like, what could be done for people who get to 100. It's like, oh, I want to do something for, like, anyone who makes it to 100, but I don't know what. The best thing I was thinking of was, like, oh, like, a free request, right? Like, you make it to 100 streak stream, a free request that I will put as high as I physically can. But I don't know if that would be a good option. So I was trying to think of something good, but I can't, I don't know. It's very difficult. Yeah, let's see. Yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. What? One lady's uninformed opinion is duly I have no idea what she's saying. You know, they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that. What? Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors? I feel they found my dream job when I became an investigator. If I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one. Okay, okay, so she does have something against prosecutors. Because she basically got fired. Laid off, she was fired. But why? Me prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless. Very well. You may continue, Miss Star. Nope, nope, no, shut up, press. This boyfriend, he's the detective? No, the security guard. Not that boyfriend, the security guard. That boyfriend? You have several? Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants. I'll stick with the lunches, thanks. And it's not. The judge had to think before replying. The security guard room is in the lot in A block. Did we ever get the map? Yes, perfect. Okay. So there's the security room. Would the security, if it was by the car, where was, okay, wait. Based off this diagram, for the security to have been able to see it, it would have had to be where the A is, right? Like somewhere in that like line of sight, because it doesn't have a perfect view of the entire garage. You did something crazy yesterday? What did you do? What was crazy? As I drive myself crazy trying to figure this out. Because here's my thought, right? If you look at the security room and you kind of take like the angle of it, they can only see so much. There's a lot of blind spots in this location. If it was anywhere near the car, that would be blocked behind that wall. And she's saying, oh, I saw it through the chain link, meaning she would have had been in B block, meaning she couldn't see it! Like, or she would have seen it, but the security, someone didn't see this, and they're lying. So the security guard room in the lot in A block. Well, after I finish Valhalla, it's up on the second. Yeah, see, they wouldn't have been able to see it! Well, after I finished Valhalla, I have a craving to play some more Assassin's Creed, so I decided to play Shadows. Was on sale for $34. I'd grab it to play. Okay, so you did pick up Shadows then. $34 isn't a terrible price, I would say, but have you tried it? Have you liked it? What are your thoughts on it? I try not to let too much of the internet dictate my thoughts. It might dictate how much money I spend on the game, but it probably wouldn't dictate if I play it or not. What did you think? So you did get it, right? Because that's the crazy part, is you got it. Are you liking it? Have you tried it yet? It's up on the second level if you can see everything from there. What would be the room with the security sign? Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in the B block. So she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. Okay, no. You sensed something? So you're saying you had a premonition of a murder? I felt like, how would you say? Oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds. I have no idea what, I was like, wait, can I defend that? No. I have no idea what that means. Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim, Mr. Bruce Goodman, also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese? A young cheese? A pale white cheese, not yet tanged with experience on the streets. A greenhorn. But, that I must be a hard, yellowed, and sharp as a tack. But if we go to profiles, he's 36, she's 31. Wouldn't he be more experienced? That makes no sense. It is, so far it's pretty fun, but there's no eagle bird to use. You observe and use scouts to get info. Of course, you can turn this off and make it super easy, but I kept it on. That's kind of sad that they kind of removed the eagle/bird use. It would have been really neat if they had had a specific Japanese bird, like, oh, I don't know, like a crane, like, oh, the crane can fly so high, see from so far, and like, I don't know, like, oh, your animal is the crane, kind of like Jin's is the fox. That would have been really neat. What a really cool way to tie it in to the location where you are that might not have eagles and stuff. I don't know, that just seems kind of unfortunate. Like another element of Assassin's Creed that just kind of gets stripped, so now it's just a generic game set in Japan with some assassination. That's how they make it sound. Let's see, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, there in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. Okay. By garish car, you mean? Mr. Edgeworth car, yes. Mr. Edgeworth's? Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's. Wasn't it? Indeed it was. What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, are you sure it was the defendant? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I am certain it was her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly say that the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. You are a biased witness. You might want to keep your silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. Ugh. God, that hurt my neck. I'll fry you like a fritter, crispy on the outside and chewy on the inside. That was inspiring. I believe I've heard that tagline somewhere. You could cry plagiarism. I may be relegated to the lowly position of lunch lady, but my instincts are honed. A photograph! You took this? When I witnessed the crime, my reflexes stood over and snapped. I took a picture. 1, where did you get a camera? 2, why did you not tell anybody about this sooner? What the? Ugh, she's such a terrible witness, because my goodness, you should have mentioned that. In fact, one of my lunchboxes is rigged with a camera. Of course it is. Of course it is. I suppose it's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness? Why am I only now seeing this photograph? Thank you! Why is it only now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs. Well, this most certainly is the defendant. Crime photo added to the court record. Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Scott. How do we know that's blood on her, though? It's black and white. That could be, I don't know, bird shit? You don't know. So, what is the defendant doing at the time? Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. You know, it's really nice not going up against Von Karma, because he would just object, and it got really annoying. I get why they made that the last case originally, because he was a pain in the ass to defend against. See, well, I say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edger? Is your knife after all? Yes, that's about right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well-versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I don't think so. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise sets. You can't testify as to her ability to kill an egg. I mean, a person. Huh? Perhaps a chicken salad set would have been a better metaphor? So the defendant was holding a knife. What then? And she thrust the pointy tip with the— okay, let's see. Tell the court why you didn't try to stop this crime. You did see her raise a knife to strike, no? The defense has a point. Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes, the next moment the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. I see. It's only a flesh one, Mr. Wright. Shh. Stupid spam. I can't turn it off either because they'll think, oh, well, it's a number. Just have to leave it ring. Miss Starr's testimony is flawless. No, sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? Having her panic next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. Okay, wait. I'm gonna say— I learned my lesson after Von Karma. I'm gonna save. Somehow I knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Trace the victim blood, no prints. Okay, so that makes it even more suspicious. No prints. Does this photograph have a time on it? It doesn't have a time. See, through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. I know the feeling of spam calls. Also, good luck. Thank you! Yeah, the spam calls are— they're getting aggressive, man! Is that her coat? Where did the coat go? And you know what's really interesting? If you change the hair, Angel Star kind of looks the same, right? You just change the hair. But she's also wearing gloves, which explains the no fingerprints. It is A block. You can see the wire fencing. But again, if you look at the crime scene, we're behind the wall. If the murder took place behind the wall, the boyfriend wouldn't have seen it. So Angel Star is the only witness. Sense of, I'm trying to figure out what, I have an idea of how they want me to go about this. 512. Wait, can we check, or can we examine this? I don't think so. No, we can't examine the picture. Really only put like one camera in there? Apparently, like you would think the security guard would have like, okay, if we go back to the map, you would think the security room would have multiple cameras. Like, oh, there'd be one pointing this way and there'd be one pointing to the cars. Like you would have all the blind spots covered. Cause this is a lot of blinds. The security room can't even see into B block. Where are the cameras? That's ridiculous, man. Such a bad security system. Let's see. And we got the autopsy report. Let's see. Name of the deceased, Bruce Goodman, 36 male. Time and date of death, February 21st, between 1:40 and 5:30. Or 4 p.m. and 5:30. Cause of death, loss of blood from a chest wound. Assessment, wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was, wait, she said 4 inches, but it was 4.5 inches, so the knife was longer. Wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found. Property of Lana Sky, last call mate to her sister. And the moment of the crime is photographed by Angel Star. And you know, the thing is, Lana's not wearing a coat. She doesn't have a coat like that. Are you able to examine the evidence? Is that the only certain scenes? You can examine evidence, but only certain kinds of evidence. Like, okay, I can examine the cell phone. I guess because it's like a 3D object, but any of the papers I can't really examine. Yeah, there's not much I can do with the phone. And like, okay, so the new piece of evidence we got was the crime photo. I can't do anything to examine the crime photo. So this picture, if we're getting our timeline together, this picture would have had to have been taken between, gosh, this time, so what is that, 5:12, between 5:12 and 5:18, because that's what Edgeworth's car would have been there. But then Lana calls, this timeline is incredibly tight. And I think I want to turn this upside down. I'm trying to see what those other ones, it says like 7-5, but I don't think that's it. I think if we flipped that, like he probably wrote it upside down so it's February 21st, and then I don't know what the bottom is. Okay, yeah, there's not much else we can see here. See, I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. Okay, I don't... What time? What time was all? She didn't say any time specifically. Did you notice that? She didn't give me like, oh, it was around 5:30. It was around 4:30 when I sent something. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her hand. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Okay, I'm gonna say... I think this first one is irrelevant. Somehow I just knew this day would come. I don't care. I don't think that's irrelevant. Or I don't think it's relevant. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. Again, doesn't sound super relevant. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finally honed detective's intuition at work. That maybe. Through the wired fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. What did she say to this? Edgeworth's car, yes. Did she give me any information? I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it was her. That doesn't give me much. Let's try this one. I'm trying to really see what information we have here. Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Say the blade was about 4 inches long. About. Well, it was 4.5. Wait! What if we take the autopsy report? Because she said about 4 inches. I guess that could be wrong. But it was also a stab wound that took an hour and a half of blood loss. If they knew all these vital organs, wouldn't she just have been able to kill him immediately? Why did she let him bleed out? Chief Ryder's holding a knife in her right hand. And we can't say that, oh, well, she cut her hand. Because in this one, she's left-handed. But I guess, again, that could be because she has the cut on her hand that she's hiding. We can't really examine any other evidence. Then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. I guess I just gotta try something. I saved, so at least if I have to restart, I have that option. But her saying 4.5 and then into the chest wouldn't, if someone like knew where these vital organs were, like she's claiming, again, I might be overthinking this, wouldn't you try to stab decisively? Usually in Edward's toolbox. And she thrust the pointy tip. But again, the timeline here doesn't work. Oh god, like I have an idea of how this is wrong. I'm not sure how they want me to go about it. That's where this game gets you, because they want you to path through very specifically, but it's hard to tell how they want you to path through. You know what's interesting too? If I go back, this is the only time that she changes body model. How would you say? Yes, it was like feeling you were pumpkin seeds. Okay, this is where she talks about him being a young cheese. No, it's weird, but I don't think that's it. Do I do the time? A garish car, meaning Edgeworth's. And that was his knife. But again, that timeline makes no sense. I am certain it was her. Why is she so certain? Because 512 only gives you about 3 minutes to do the crime before someone was called. There's no time for this, but the guy was bleeding out way before that. But how do I prove it? Her testimony doesn't give you much leeway to, like, look at the photo. Yeah, her testimony doesn't give her much leeway. Look at the photo. I'm gonna look at the photo. We got games to play! We do! Let's see, so she gave it to me on this one. And look at the photo. Wait! You're right! She's not holding it! Because there's no way she could have been holding it. You're right, yeah. Because she's not holding it. You witnessed this? You saw this guy stab the victim with a knife. As I already said, yes. Then where is it? What? Oh, I swear it on my finest salmon swirl lunch. I'm sure that is a fine lunch, but isn't that odd? Look at the photo. There's a photograph he took at the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Guy not holding the knife? And where's the body? All you see is her covered in blood. There's no body. Ahem. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts? Objection? He said that so called objection. Had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever feeble mind. Ah, jeez! I got you off for murder, dude. Relax. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. This was taken the moment after the stabbing. How would a 30-something regular-sized woman get a 36, kind of rotund, I will say, a bigger man, into a trunk of a car by herself? Dead weight, mind you. Okay, so if she's like maybe 120 to 130 pounds, and the guy's like, oh, let's do like 190 if we're being generous, like 190, how would you pick up I couldn't do that. I could maybe drag 190 pounds. I could not lift 190 pounds to get into a trunk. I can't just believe the witness, not this witness. Not. So you want to be her other boyfriend then? Well, no, it was yet another boyfriend. She's a bodybuilder? Maybe! I mean, if she's a prosecutor, she gotta be kind of fit. Let's see, how can you tell that? Blood splatter. Can you guarantee it's blood, huh? See the dark crimson stains of the chief prosecutor's coat? That could be raspberry jam, you don't know. But it's black. Thank you, it's a black and white photograph. Cool, I'm done. Oh my gosh, she's got at least 3 boyfriends, and she even already propositioned the judge. I don't think you want this one, kid. She propositioned the judge. Let's see, and yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood, but it also couldn't be blood! I see no problem here. No problem except you. Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take the kind of abuse? You got a better idea? Object? That's all we can do! Wait, that contradicts what the witness and her testimony. She had a sundae with lots of fudge and got her. It's black and white. You don't know. Like, she could have. She could be a really messy eater. Maybe that's why she has like 80 of those coats that she just throws into an incinerator. See, namely, she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seemed I was slightly unclear. My apologies. Yeah, be clear, bitch. That's it. If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. If you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understand it, but good advice. I used to see Smash Workers, so you think I mean 3BF. That's a morning worth of people. Let's see. I didn't have time to stop her. I love her little choker though. Like of everything, her choker and her hat are the best part. With the little octopus, like the sausage puss, and then the little rice balls. I guess maybe donuts instead. The prosecutor's guy was a cold, calculating like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Why though? Where's the motive? Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph. Well, are those gloves? Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. You're speculating, Judge! They could be leather driving gloves. If it was not premeditated, she would not be wearing those gloves. Ugh. These gloves do seem to tell a tale of premeditation. Do you have the gloves? Are you sure they were, like, surgical gloves? Prove it. Prove it! Meditated murder, a serious offense. They could be for literally anything. I mean, prove it with us, add this to your testimony. It's a giant leap in logic, yes. Murder is planned, the rubber gloves prove it. No, they don't! What if she's just in the habit of wearing gloves? Like driving gloves. Thank you, I said driving gloves. Those were admitted as evidence when the defendant was- Why don't I have this evidence? Why do they not share this with the defense? The kind of rubber gloves are the kind used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, you know what? Those kind of gloves are also used in food preparation. Wearing gloves in food preparation is a real thing. Who else here has food preparation? Let's see, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion we can make. God, what a bitch. A lot of people that have the type of wealth and job generally have nice quality gloves, especially for cold temps. Exactly, especially for cold temps. Oh, thanks for the sub, kid. You're so kind. Just so kind. Just like Medley. Medley's so kind. See, everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. No. Ugh. Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr. This is bad. She's got them thinking this was all planned. If she can prove this claim, this trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show this wasn't premeditated. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. So you said anything else before? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is- okay, whatever. What do you do? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panic next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that. Yeah, because this is technically like a separate trial. It's narratively continuing. Yeah, Maya went off the train, so we needed like a second in our testimonies here. So this is the sister of the accused. Okay, go. The murder was planned, the rubber gloves proved it. Well, we can't use the photo again. That's for certain. But how was it planned? How would they have known? Not this. Well, you know what? I gotta save again. I'm trying to be so good and save. Oh. Wait. That's true. How does she know they're rubber? I guess because he said they submitted them into evidence? Because that's what Edgeworth says, is that they're in evidence, but we don't have those gloves. I never got to see them. Let's see. Goodman's trunk memo found in the car. Victim's memo found in the trunk. Death due to loss of blood, one knife wound, died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. So the timeline doesn't make sense. Traces of victim's blood, no prints. Cause see, they didn't give us that evidence. I'll show you. Here we go. That's true too. How did he have time to write the memo? It has to be about timeline. Like the rubber gloves, how does she know they're rubber? How could she see that they're rubber in a black and white photo? How does she know it's blood? You know, yeah, there's no, well, another thing. I keep saying this. Based on this, she is saying that there technically would have been 2 witnesses, I think. Because she said her boyfriend in the security room also saw it. She saw it from lot B while watching the car, and that's why she took the photo. But the security room couldn't see the murder. But then, wouldn't Edgeworth have seen them? How did... If Edgeworth got back at 5:12, where was the body if it was bleeding out from 4 to 5:30 to be put in the trunk between 5:12 and when the body was found? Gosh, when did they say that they got there? Does it say here? I was hoping to see when the police got there. Didn't Gumshoe say 3 minutes? Because it's like, oh, we're really fast. I think Gumshoe specifically said 3 minutes. So, again, 5:12. Technically, the body's not dead yet. It could still be bleeding out somewhere. But in 3 minutes, the body got in the trunk. She made that call during the murder. And then he was in the trunk with it bleeding out? That timeline makes no sense, just based on the evidence that we have. Let's see, the gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. Where are these gloves? Show me the gloves. They are rubber gloves of the kind used for autopsies. Can you prove that? Where are the gloves? In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It is the only possible conclusion one can make. She arrived at the tail end of... She basically did. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime. You can't prove that it was premeditated. So yeah, it probably was premeditated, but not by our defendants. So let's go here. The murder was planned. The rubber gloves prove it. We gotta present some piece of evidence that proved that it wasn't planned. I think that's what we got. So Sumi died at 4. She showed up almost an hour. Well, what the autopsy report is saying, that's true. Why leave the knife? Why was the knife still there? Why leave the murder weapon? That's the first thing people take is the murder weapon. Like, you would take the murder weapon, sure, wear the gloves so that nothing else you touch gets fingerprints on it. You take the knife, and then you just find somewhere to stash it, bury it somewhere, find a private lot, anything. Like, just do whatever it takes to dismantle and break down and get rid of the knife. I don't know. Try to, like, take a hammer and take a chisel, break up the pieces and flush it down the toilet. You don't know, just anything to get rid of it. Let's see. It says, time of death, February 21st, between 4 and 5:30 p.m. So he got stabbed at sometime around 4 and took an hour and a half, roughly, to bleed out. Cause of death, loss of blood from 1 chest wound. Assessment, wound was caused by a 4.5-inch knife. A single stab wound was found. I want to say it's the autopsy. It's either got to be the knife or the autopsy report. Because the parking stop is definitely going to come into place with the timeline, but they haven't mentioned any times yet, so I don't think it's that. She's seen a loads of dead bodies for her. Why would she pick the worst place to stab someone, right? And then again, where's all the blood? We saw okay, in the picture, if we look at the map, get a good idea of the map, right? So there's the security room, there's that wall, there's the car. If you go to the picture, on that wall, you can already see the drums. There was a water faucet there and dumped water. They might have been able to clean, maybe they took an hour and a half to clean up the extra blood, because it might be Angel Star. Because it's very suspicious to me that Angel Star and Lana look very similar in a black and white photograph. If she just changed her clothes and her hair, it's the same kind of thing. She already has the long, darker brown hair. It could work. The rubber gloves don't prove shit. Yeah, okay, I think it's gotta be either the knife or the autopsy report. Let's save. Because, yeah, why? The timeline is the issue, yes, no. But we have to know when to present the timeline. It's not yet. And again, if she somehow, don't drag my new chip about, she was an innocent of an angel. No. Her name might be Angel Star, but she is not an angel or a star. But okay, so think about it this way. One, what motive does Lana had? Yeah, especially do a knife to the chest. Wait till the calendar laid downstairs. I'm excited for the calendar. I'm excited for the weird witnesses. These are all pretty normal besides the parrot. I want the weird witnesses. But okay, think about this. So somehow Lana calls Goodman to the parking lot, stabs him, waits an hour and 15 minutes roughly for Edgeworth's car to come in. Wait, how did she stab him? How did she stab him when the car wasn't even there? Okay. You see what I mean? I know what they want me to do, but how do I prove it? Because there's no way that Lana would have stabbed him if he was bleeding out for an hour and a half. And then where was he stabbed? That doesn't make any sense. The timeline is completely fucked, but how do I prove it? Only using the car recently for the award ceremony? That too. But yeah, if she stabbed him with the knife, it was in Edgeworth's toolbox. The timeline doesn't make sense. We'll try the knife. I'm gonna present the knife because we need to present something. Yes, it's the knife! Okay, we're gonna present the knife. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell lunchboxes for a living, you know. That's the knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. And indeed, it is my knife. Think you bring up the autopsy, then use the ticket as an objection? I think you're right. Let's see what they give me. The bloody murder weapon, a red car, all belonging to the prosecutor. The defense of the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Oh. Defense's request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves. Seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do indicate planning. No, they don't indicate shit! What if she's just a freak and a germaphobe who likes wearing gloves that she can just take off and put on a new pair? However, if this game was set in 2020, you could make it the whole COVID excuse. Technically it's set in 2016, but you could make that excuse. Let's see, why does she not also prepare the most important thing, the murder weapon? Ooh, look at her sweat! Oh, right? Like, and again, he's at 100 defense rate. He has not lost yet. He's probably the best defense attorney in the whole district right now. See, this knife just happened to be in the trunk of the car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon! Thank you! Ugh. Oh! Gotta hit that scream! Order, order, order! Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister is good as free. Nope, don't jinx it. Oh. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. That's more of a dessert. What? I hope you weren't deluding yourself into thinking that the tide is turned. Not over such a trifling detail, but this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. That's right. I gotta change my what's next list too, because I gotta move the Miles Edgeworth investigations up. I can't forget that. Okay. Prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. The only one who seems to care is the lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. Can't prove it though. Can't prove it. There's only one, the only thing that prosecution need prove, nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now. But you know as well as I do, that she planned on killing him. It was plan. Those games are so good. There's no court scene, instead just cross-examination at the scene! Ooh! Okay, so yeah, and I gotta put those two, right after we finish the trilogy here. So it's like the trilogy, those two, and then the next trilogy. And I want to get the whole timeline here, the right timeline. But that sounds like it's gonna be really fun, being a prosecutor for a little bit, really getting a taste of Edgeworth's life. I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again. Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now. Angel's Deduction. I gotta look up which games are on Switch and which games aren't. There are very few Ace Attorney games that aren't on Switch right now, but I'm not sure which ones. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I want her to say a time so bad. I would jump on that. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Oh, you're sure, are you? How can he prove that? Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. There's only one! Oh! This is where the autopsy report comes in. There was only one stab wound. I got this bitch. I got her so good. The victim was someone from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it? So if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy? In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness. Okay, we're gonna press everything, but I already know which piece of evidence I need to present. But I want to see what she says. You said that, but you haven't told us how you know. That's what I'm about to tell you, rookie. Rookie. Never interrupt a storyteller. It's like pulling a bun out of the oven half-baked. Your brain's half-baked. Something's half-baked, alright, and it's you. Try not to confuse the defense witness. They're not very quick on their feet. Oh, no. Why do you believe the suspect had intentions to murder the victim? Her actions speak for themselves. But they were at the award ceremony. You have no proof that Miss Sky called him before. You have no proof that she didn't. I have her cell phone! Mr. Edwards' thoughts? There is no record of a call made on the defense Miss Lana Sky's phone. She might have written him a letter. Come on, you could have tried public phone first, at least. In any case, the victim came to the prosecutor's office where he was murdered. I'm sure he had a reason to be there. Witness, why do you think it was the suspect who summoned the victim that day? Speculative! Speculation! It's all speculation! What kind of grudge? Well, I wouldn't know that. Of course you don't! It's worth an objection. It always is. It's all speculation. Of course you don't. That's because she didn't have a grudge. Rookie. I have a lunchbox here. Now, what's inside? How am I supposed to know? See? We agree there is a lunchbox here, but we don't know what's inside. See, that's what's so frustrating sometimes about this game, which makes me overthink it. Like, dog, you are so speculative that now I have to be speculative to object to the speculation. Person's life is like the lunchbox with pretzels, don't you agree? Because their exact argument for why it did happen can be the exact argument for why it didn't happen. I get it. That's why my lunchbox was so salty. The judge isn't very good with metaphors. And also because he had caviar, which is inherently salty, for preservative reasons. Suspect have a grudge against Detective Goodman. Will you tell us your basis for thinking this? It's simple. This is it, though. A human machine. That's a contradiction. Please! Couldn't you find fault with something of substance, Mr. Wright? Okay. Notice how Mr. Edger's size like a citrus fruit. See, you say again and again. We often say chop into 1,000 pieces, but we don't actually mean 1,000 pieces. What difference does it make if the deed is done? How come she's getting mad at me? Let's just say she stabbed him several times, leave it at that. No, she didn't! Okay, wait, I got it though. But realistically, okay, why was the picture shot of her with the trunk where you can't actually see anything except some dark stains on her shirt? When if she stabbed him multiple times, there would have been enough time to take a picture. One stab, really quick, okay, maybe. You can get away with one stab, but multiple times is a concerted effort. I even said that before. I think it was her that mentioned the beat of the stab. It's a lot of work to stab someone over and over. That's something they mentioned like a forensic science class. It's very exhausting to stab a person multiple times. You have to really hate a person to stab them multiple. That's like an anger thing if you're stabbing them over and over again. Okay, present. You dumb bitch! You say she stabbed him again and again, which is what you saw and are testifying to. But you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise! I'm afraid the moss is growing under your feet as we make this star. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to explain this. But take a look. The autopsy report states that death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound. Oh, aha! You're right. Good show, Mr. That wasn't... I'm the one that objected with evidence! What a hunk. He's my hero, really. What about my objection? No one noticed! He stole it! I'm the one that objected! Well, witness? You got the crime scene set, right? Oh, thanks. I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood. When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood in her breast. Splattered blood from her victim? That's why I thought she must have stabbed him with at least twice. Then tell us why you saw that you thought was blood. Testify. Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene. Red muffler. Her red muffler? Yes, like a scarf. Chief Prosecutor always wears one around her neck. So she can't be easily hanged at a moment's notice, I suppose. She's right. This guy was wearing a red scarf, wasn't she? But wait, isn't it odd that you mistook that for blood splatter? Well, people often mistake my beard for a bib. I guess. A judge with a bib. That's why this place feels so much like kindergarten sometimes. Actually, do you think I saw a trace of blood in her chest? But, however, the autopsy report is clear on this matter. There was only one knife wound. Apparently, Miss Starr isn't entirely sure of her own testimony. Mr. Wright, this is our chance. Chance for what, I wonder? Miss Starr has turned out as to be as short-tempered as she looked when we met her. Challenge her abilities as a detective really set her off. The short wicks, okay, burns fastest, scientific fact. Wouldn't depend on the size of the candle. I mean, add more wax, and even a really short wick will burn longer. Obviously, more scientific testing is required. But she's not wearing a scarf? I think, do we present the photo again? They don't like me presenting evidence multiple times, but it's the only proof we have. Why would she take off the scarf during this? I'm gonna go for it, because again, this is the picture she took. She's not wearing it. Objection! Yes! Miss Starr, I demand an explanation. Objection! The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed it. He's taken my lines here. He's totally taken my lines. And you proved it yourself. With this photograph. Huh? But that can't be! Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly clueless. Congratulations, perhaps you finally found your true calling in life. Matches fit. I also liked in his room, in Edgeworth's like office, he had the little chess set with Phoenix in blue and the whole red around him. That was so cute. Like, he's so pissed at Phoenix for being so good at his job. Harsh words, but good. In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What was my objection? Shop liver? But it was there! A scarf! No, not that, but something red, really! Well, now, where were we? The witness has given us the entertaining interlude, but back to business. What? Wright's ride a bike to get around, at least. That's in the anime, while Miles drives a car. I guess that's because Miles is a much more renowned and rich prosecutor, and Phoenix is just starting out. Even though he's a great defense attorney, he is a defense attorney a few years after Miles is a prosecutor, so Miles has just had way more time to build up his resources. Very well, witness, continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that. Wait, she apprehended the suspect. She forgot she mentioned that very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Do you? Also, we couldn't mistake the most important part of her testimony. Most important part? Part where your sister stabs the victim. This next testimony might be just the moment of truth. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind the petition off to her side. I quickly caught her explaining her rights to her and arrested her on the spot. How? Ah yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. Are you quite determined about this scarf, aren't you? I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with the details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weak against poisonous snake bites. So is anybody! Chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside, knocked over an oil drum. An oil drum? Hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will. Okay, before she even starts talking, I want to check out the map. By the way, it looks like the only way out of Lot B is through that door by the bottom right, or where you drive out. You can't get from B to A without going all the way around. So, Lana stabs the guy. She takes a Angel Star takes the picture, and then she runs from the bottom right all the way around to apprehend her, that she would be gone. She would be gone by then. That can't work. So where is this partition of the floor plans? I'm sure she mentioned this wall next to the car. That's right. There's no way through. There was a wall there about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? I quickly caught her and explained her— Nope. You say quickly, were you close to the suspect? As I just said. I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her— Wait, no, 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 no! No, 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 wait, press her, go back, go back. I clicked too quick. Press. There's no way. There's no fucking way at all. Press her. I like to see this on the floor plan, just to be safe. The lunchtime car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block. So you witnessed the murder from here? That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes. Is that correct, Miss Starr? Yes, that's right. But there was a chain link fence in front of you. I went over it, of course. Amazing! The coffin queen lunch lady athlete indeed. It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence, and she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. And she's wearing a dress and heels? How are you gonna climb over a fence? Yes, the fence is about 9 feet high. There's no way she's climbing over that fence. I'm sorry. How did this guy not get away? Let's see, she mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say? If I remember exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard her say was the word muffler. Just that one word. So what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else. And a muffler is a part of a car. There might be something in the muffler of Edward's car. Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean ask further. By phone, do you mean this cell phone discovered at the scene of the crime? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately. My memory... It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see. Disformed? No, the court doesn't see, Miss Starr. Chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall? On the wall? That's right. Okay. So she walked around the wall to use the phone, but then you climbed over and caught her, and somehow she dropped her, had a time to make another call, drop her phone next to the car, and then still try to run away? What? That's right, near the car there was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently it was out of order, and so she used her cell phone. Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day. Good witnessing, witness. Good witnessing. Whatever happened to good testifying? You should of course add this to your testimony. The thing I do to please this rookie defense attorney. Word muffler was overheard during a call made to Emma at 5:18. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court? Aha! I was going to ask the same thing. I only said this one time, so listen close, rookies. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. And she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. How would you have seen that? So she pulled out her own cell phone out of her pocket. During that time, you climbed over the chain link fence. Then when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this? What is it, Mr. Wright? Let's see, made the escape. She made to escape. Can you be more specific? She brushed aside my hand and ran. It was a terrible sight to see, like a dollop of lard on a pate à foie gras. Huh? She kicked over an oil drum at me. An oil drum? There was an oil drum lying on the side of the scene of the crime. But it's strange. What's that? If she wanted to escape, why didn't she run the other way? The other? Ah! The parking lot entrance! That's right. It doesn't make any sense that she would run from behind the partition to the oil drums. Excellent. More mysteries. I wish I could solve a few more by finding, before finding more, though. So this guy tried to run? I'm sorry my sister is suspicious, Mr. Wright. Not as sorry as I am. But she didn't do it. You have to believe me. I saw it all, how she tried the phone on the wall, but had to use her cell instead. But you can't see it because of the partition! If she was over there and ran over, how did she see her try to use the phone? Okay, I'm gonna save. But I think that's it. We use the floor plan against her and prove the lie. Because again, she hasn't mentioned anything about time yet. So the second she starts talking about time, I've got her. Yes! Miss Star, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Sky. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought that you would be my knight in shining armor, prosecutor? Who would, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago? Ooh. Well, Miss Star, so Edwards was involved in kicking out this person from detectivehood. There's a fatal contradiction in your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Ahem. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't possibly have seen Miss Lana Sky making that phone call. There it is. I believe you saw that, saw what I'm getting at. The emergency phone was on the back side of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you wouldn't have seen it. Whoa! Order, what is the meaning of this? And can you imagine in like a pencil skirt, kind of tight around your knees, climbing over a chain link fence? I couldn't even imagine. That would suck so hard. How would you even, like, you'd have to almost take off your skirt to have the mobility to get over the fence. There's no way. See, order, is this the meaning? What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies! Ugh. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me a question? Tell us exactly what lie this court has, the witness has told this court. Here's where the counterattack becomes. I can't afford to get this wrong. Let's see, the witness lied about what she saw? Yeah, what she saw. She lied about what she saw. In other words, she didn't see Miss Sky using that emergency phone. It does seem hard to imagine how she could have. Very logical. What's the matter, Star? Cat got your lunchbox? She's gonna... Based on where the location is... She's gonna bring the boyfriend into this. We're gonna have to cross-examine the boyfriend too, aren't we? Because the boyfriend technically could have seen it if he was looking. Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but why would Miss Star lie like that? Because she's a part of this! Why would you say that my sister tried to use the phone but failed? It doesn't make any sense. Why lie about something so insignificant? Oh, dang, she's right. Maybe she really did see her try to use the emergency phone, but then that would mean she was somewhere else, which means she's lying about something. I see no room for doubt here. Ew. You ordered the patooey on rice? Right? It's watermelon. Mr. Wright, I thought you had something. Oh, wait, that's wrong?! Is it where she saw it? Because she would have had to have been in A block where she saw it. This guy tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. What is significant about this fact? Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Star to lie about it. Pointless to lie. I see. But say the witness did actually see Miss Sky using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Star witnessed the crime from a different location. That's how she could get to her, because there's no way she's getting across that chain link fence. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one. No, it's not. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it. Let me ask you a question to your clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright. Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. Shit. I don't know. Let's see. To see it, she would have had to have been in the security room? I don't want to say security room because that's high up. But I don't want to just guess willy-nilly. Okay. She said she saw her stab him and then try this phone and then walked away to try to run here. So wouldn't... I'm just gonna go for the security room and stop overthinking it because it's like the only real location. This is the only place she could have been. It's a security guard room? Indeed. The security room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor so you can see the entire lot. She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone. Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime in the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room. Yes? See, I didn't overthink it this time. Well, Miss Starr, how many years have I been getting the better of men? To think that the tables could be turned. Today a man has got the better of Angel Starr. Order, order! Witness, what have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better. I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished, and I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, doesn't that strike you as odd? Why did Miss Starr lie? It doesn't make sense. Huh? She could have just said she saw the crime at the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. That's the point. Why is she lying? And the photograph tells all. It was a defendant who stabbed the victim. But again, an hour and 15-something minutes is enough time to stab somebody, change your outfit and your makeup, go around the other side of the partition, have someone shoot a picture at you or set up a camera and shoot the picture yourself, make it look like Lana Sky is looking at the trunk when he gets there, and then clean up. The truth still stands. It still stands. I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? I like Phoenix fighting back against Edgeworth. That would usually take him out if he said that before, but now he's like, yeah, no, shut up. The witness is found to be lying. Ooh. They're guilty of perjury. Hey, finally we get the word perjury in here. They haven't said that word the whole time. Holy shit, dude. See, she knows this. Yeah, she was a detective? She wouldn't risk that without a good reason. So tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright. Huh? Me? Who else? Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Miss Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard station. And if it was her boyfriend, yeah, she probably shouldn't be in the security room. But there's probably not a lot of specific information he would have to hide. It's probably just a security room for this area. So there's not really any reason she couldn't be in there. But she lied and said she saw it from B block. Let's see. It must make a vital difference, but why? What would change? Difference in lighting, no. Angle of view to the crime. Distance to the crime. Gosh, it's either angle or distance. It would change the angle and it would change the distance. It wouldn't really change the lighting. Because if she's on the second floor looking down, I guess it would change the angle. It could still be about the same distance, but it would change the angle. Yes. Why, the angle at which she saw the crime occur would change. The angle? What do you mean? Well, the security guard station on the second floor, and, she would have sort of had a more 3D view of the crime. This is important. Why? Okay, distance, then? It can't be lighting! Change the distance between her and the crime scene. Oh! My condolences, Mr. Wright. But one look at the floor plan, it's quite clear. The distance between the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not the question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Oh, because she'd have to go downstairs. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky? Well, witness, you... Yes? You are the squid wheels, right? Quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J sandwich to my fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend? Wait, if she has box lunches, why is she bringing a PB&J? How American did they make it? Boysenberry for the boyfriend. He wasn't at the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. Before I knew what I was doing, I found myself running toward the scene. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. That's fucking forever! That took so long! That's why I had to go through the visitors parking in B block. It's quite a detour, thank you! There was no other way? Probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime. 5 minutes?! This changed things considerably. But it was a woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know, I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork. You have a point, and the spork is a wonderful invention. Would you like another caviar lunch? Absolutely! Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? Raise an objection. Objection! Do I? 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest. Think about it. You could make pasta in that amount of time. If you like it al dente. I've got lunchbox that tie pasta into knots, rookie. A 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange? If you were a criminal, what would you do with your 5 minutes, Your Honor? Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey! Don't get the wrong idea! I didn't kill anyone! But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run. But this time was different. Miss Guy dawdled at the scene of the crime. She had even taken her, had taken a photo. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yeah! And again, the timeline just doesn't make sense. Well then, it seems we've come to the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Yeah, there's 5 minutes between when she saw the crime and when she got there again that she doesn't have in her testimony. Mr. Edward is the next witness. Ready to go? Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that case shut, Mr. Wright! That was too close. I'm afraid that Cough of Queen has been dethroned! And with that, court is adjourned. Wait for the day? Shit! Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? It's the one she tried to foist on me. I prefer not to defensive team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence! Why is everyone holding on to evidence till the last possible moment? What was that? This isn't one of those trick lunchboxes? My apologies, but we have no further questions to ask me, Miss Starr. Ugh. Is this your jumbo lunchbox? Woohoo! A triple decker! Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence. Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she gonna pull out of her lunchbox this time? This is not how court works. Any evidence that you don't put into the evidence pile before court is inadmissible. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? Of course, he has a shoe. Where did you get a shoe? 2 types of blood were found at this type. One was the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. The shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. How do you know it matched? Did you get it tested? What? There was blood found on the shoe? And you know, we did see one other person with a cut hand. It was Lana, and then that other cop. So there's 2 people with injuries recently. Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence. No, because you held evidence too long. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Same. Simple as I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. That's so illegal, it actually makes my brain itch. Oh my gosh. And you had blood tests performed? Isn't this withholding? Is this, not only could this be evidence tampering, it's withholding evidence, which, at least in America, is a massive crime. Didn't I mention? And in, what is there, like an impeding an investigation or obstructing justice. I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. So, what is that, 6? 6 boyfriends? Angel's low-key deeply in contempt of court. Very deeply in contempt of... How did Maya get put in jail for contempt of court when she hasn't? In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Oh, no, Edgeworth. We could not be getting into evidence law now. Absolutely. You're not gonna go through three other trials, and only now mention evidence law. Holy shit, dude. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Wait. Oh, you mean like this evidence that was just shown without approval from the police department? Okay. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. So is the photograph. So is the photograph. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edward sure is celebrating. Wouldn't you know this? You would know the law and how these things work, Phoenix. Somewhat a forensic genius. Oh my gosh, I know it's for drama and to be dramatic, but holy shit, I wish this game was a little bit more consistent with some of its evidence law. Like, they just keep throwing out evidence in the middle of court, but only now are we talking about evidence law. It's been 4 court cases total, and now we're talking about evidence law. Sure. It seems so interesting is celebrating. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. Okay, you were fired? Doesn't matter? As I mentioned previously, this shoe has already been tested by a member of the forensics department. Okay, but not by the cops? And you're not a cop anymore? As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. I miss Gumshoe. At least he was kind of like ignorant in a cute way where he didn't mean it. She's just bitchy. When the general public has produced official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. What's the second rule of evidence law? You can at least study some evidence law, really. Thank you! Prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. What about the second rule? However, seems you have yet another count against you, witness. Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. Victim should add to the court record. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. This lady's gonna give you a stroke. I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. Just gonna do it all again. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. Then why don't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, erased testimony, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This is when the suspect is admitting she did it. Medley! Okay, suspect. Time to get into detention. Go. Oh, did you get some water? Is your little beard wet? Did you get some water? Let's see, but false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with. Go. Matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? Yeah, you didn't. And you found this shoe at the scene of the crime. I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe. Thankfully, the pups have never chewed my shoes. They have ripped a couple of my books up when they were puppies. Like really little, like, 4 months old. They ripped up several of my books. They haven't done that recently. They've been pretty good about it, but I had to change how I read books for a while. I bought this, like, case that you can put a book into, so they can't chew it if I just, like, left it somewhere. They're not very bright. See, I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe was my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really. In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now tell us what you did next. 2 types of blood were found at the shoe. One was, of course, the victim, and their blood type matched that of the Lana Sky. Let's see. So you brought it to the forensics department. If you're going to submit something as evidence in court, you need to prove. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. She got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it. Well, the man was stabbed, after all. He was stabbed and bled out, but again, where's all the blood? And the blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. The other blood type matched that of the defendant, Lana Sky. You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about the blood test, rookie? Well, speak up. Oh, well. Blood comes in 4 types, A, B, O, and AB. And negative and positive. However, you can't tell blood from a test from a murder was committed in cold blood. I mean, yeah, she would have to have... Well, would the chief prosecutor's blood type be on file? Or, like, blood matches be on file? Because you can get... Like, oh, we've cross-examined it, it's the same, but you have to have something to cross-examine it with. That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright. Actually, we can differentiate between a million types with all the blood tests out there. Which means that we can more or less narrow down any samples of blood down to just one person. And again, how would Phoenix not know this? I mean, I guess the person playing the game might not, but Phoenix would. So I hear it. That's pretty specific. And they had forensic testing in 2001. That was a real thing. Let's see, if I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they say there's very little doubt it could be anyone but Miss Lana Skies. So the suspect's blood was found in the victim's shoe. That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. No. You gotta test that shit. Verify that it is her DNA. If it is, okay, then bam, book closed. We got her. Or at least her blood is on his shoe and that's suspicious. I was afraid he was going to say that. Shoe, okay, this is what we need. The shoe proves that it's flawless decisive evidence. Can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You're the peppered fish guts, right? Ooh. Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. She's enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with the shoe? A problem? This is critical. Is there a problem with the victim's shoe? Yeah, there's a problem. Sure there is. I'm not imagining things. I say there is one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now, but you couldn't take the heat, could you? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is the contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with the evidence. Huh. That's what I'm thinking. I was like, looking at, there's not much. We already saw it from the top, so we know about this. But how did it get on the bottom? Let's try it. Let's try the bottom. I wonder if you noticed, there's blood at the bottom of the shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie, or it'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe. Indeed. There is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe. It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be conjured by the blood at the bottom of this shoe? How do we have evidence to prove it? It's not the phone. I don't think it would be the victim's memo. It's not the parking lot scene. Maybe it's the photo, like where's the pile of blood or where's the pool of blood? Okay, it's not the attorney's badge. It can't be the ID. There's nothing about the ID that we need to know about. Not the shield. I don't think it would be the knife or the parking stub. It's not the Blue Badger panel. Death due to blood loss. One stab and died within an hour and a half. Crime photo. After the crime was committed. White enamel shoe. I guess, yeah, I'm thinking about it, because it could be, oh, where's the blood? Right? Like, oh, look at this photo. If she stabbed him, where's the pool of blood for him to step in? Blood in the bottom, but no Bloody shoe prints. That's what I'm thinking, right? Yeah, we have to prove that there's not any in the picture. Where's the pool of blood? I'm gonna go with the picture. The picture is my best bet. Because nothing else mentions him stepping in it. Or sitting down. A single stab was found. Just loss of blood. But where is all this blood they're talking about? It wouldn't be the I'm gonna go with the crime photo. We'll try that. The problem lies in the footprint. Yes! The footprint? Note that the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why aren't there any bloody footprints part of the scene of the crime? Yes, it's the picture. As you can see, there are no traces of any such footprint at the scene of the crime. Contradict your claim about the shoe. The picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Oh, no puppies. That's an objection. Now, where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort. Let's do it. Order, order, order! Well, witness? What, huh? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that the lack of footprint is a contradiction. But then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. That's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint. Think, Mr. Wright, think. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. What? Hold it. Is he gonna say because I got rinsed off with the water? I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I give her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There's one vital hint of the truth in her testimony. What are you talking about? Think back to when she told us about apprehending the suspect. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside and kicked over an oil drum. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. Rawr. I thought that was a strange thing for a normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that. I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. But apparently you're not the slow conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory. Witness, well, was the oil drum empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? Do you want to know the reason she knocked it over? The real reason? Ah! You don't mean... Yes, the suspect knocked over the oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that could become evidence against her. Urgh. Well, then why did she say that? That ties up things quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoe tie her quite clearly to this murder. Then after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs. Why, that's a prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, Miss Guy's right hand was hurt. But so was that other cop's! Didn't she say she cut herself when she stabbed him? How? So that's what- wait. I take a knife, and I stab someone. How do I stab myself? And then wouldn't there be my blood? Traces of victim's blood, but no traces of my blood if I stab myself on the knife? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. Mr. Wright, do something, please! What? What can I do? Your sister has confessed the crime and she tried to conceal it, but... Enough. There is no need for further debate. Your verdict, Your Honor. Very well. But Angel Star is on the prosecutor's side. She could have been lying about the water. Scores finally Miss Lana Sky. Okay, we got A, hold it. Is it... Little girl, what did you just say? Huh? Me? Did you say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution side? Well, yeah, you are. You're saying my sister hid evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Yeah, she's a witness for the prosecution, for the police department. Yes, you're on the prosecution side, dumb bitch. Well, did she not realize that? I thought you had your fill, but you were demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox called evidence. Wait, witness, don't tell me you have something else. She keeps hiding evidence. Time for deliberations has passed. Any further comments and you'll be held in contempt of court. Good, do it. Your threats don't scare me, the cough-up queen. So look at this, another photo. A photograph? had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim. Then why didn't you add that with the shoe? I see no room for error in this evidence. Mr. Wright, wait. Look at the asphalt on the shoe. Hey, it's clearly wet. It's clearly Jeannie. Erasing the last trace of doubt from the court's mind. Wait. Jeannie, come here. Oh, no. 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 You're gonna, yeah, you go down. Medley, come here. Medley, come on. Yeah, it's perfectly legal for you to be here. Jaina. No, that's not cool. Yeah, Jaina, whoa! Oh, no. That's not cool. That's not cool, Jaina. You gotta relax. Jeez, I know, she's so intense. Okay, are you good? Shh. Are you good? Shh. Yeah, this is why she goes into baby jail. Because Medley didn't do nothing wrong except exist, and she can't act like that. Okay, Jaina, are you done? Shh, it's okay. You're not in trouble, but you gotta just chill. Shh. I know, you gotta chill. It's okay. Come on, Medley, come here. Come on. Yeah, that's your spot. And Jaina, you have to share. It's okay, come on. It's okay, Medley, come on. Yeah, see, that's perfectly legal for Medley. Medley needs to feel included too. That's so rude, Jaina. She's got a lot of booty to throw around. There you go. Good girl. You just lay down and rest. Let's see. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed with water. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I know I couldn't win this case from the beginning, and it seemed this is what your sister wanted anyway. No. I'm sorry, Mia. Right. Wet or not, don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself up off the asphalt. Take another look. Don't give up. Not until the bitter end. Yeah, let's take a look at the photo. We haven't gotten to see it. This is the last piece of evidence. Medley, where are you going? Oh, where are you going? It's okay. See, very well, this time I'd like to declare a verdict for good. Well, no. We have to testify it. Yeah, on this last piece of evidence. I need to cross-examine. Your Honor, wait. What is it with you people? Can't I hand out my verdicts in peace anymore? Better it is, can't it wait? No? Then it'd be too late. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence proper consideration. Did you bring me a toy? I have to give each toy proper consideration. Okay. So, Wright, are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah, I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this. Okay, Jaina, see, yeah, it's okay. You can just rest. Shh. It's okay. See, that's a good girl, Jaina. That's good. Sometimes Jaina needs a little bit of discipline because she gets very upset about things. And she has to learn that that's not okay. She's not in charge. I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. So show the court the problem with this photograph. Dogs are such teenagers. Sometimes they really are. I want to present the muffler. Like, what is this? Because the knife is fine. Because they said they found the knife in here. But would it be the... Why is the shoe off? It's either something here. Or it's something here. It's not anything here. We can't even see whose head this is. So how do we actually know that it's him? Why didn't they get the face in there? And could it be the ascot? Yeah, you don't know me, Mom slams door. You just said her hair looked nice. Pretty much. Jaina, You make things so difficult, you know that? Like, you just gotta chill, little lady. About a footprint. Is it this? I'm gonna try this. What's this? There's something poking out of the car's muffler. Wait just a moment, Edgeworth. Your Honor, you just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or scarf of any kind in this photo. Muffler is also a part of a car and a motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of this. Part of the exhaust system, a pipe. I see, and... I see. What's the suspicious looking claw sticking out of the car's muffler? Oh gosh. So what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does it have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yes, it does. You heard her on the phone saying muffler. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What? Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth and muffler is related to this case. That's in the trunk of Bow and Shadows, but that being a shinobi that can use kunai. Being a shinobi that can use kunai is pretty sick, but I do get it. Having a bow is really nice. I mean, the sneaky archer in Skyrim is OP for a reason. The word muffler was said overheard during a call made to Emma. This? Is it this? Miss Starr, recall your testimony from the court. Ah, yes. When I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. Like bow and arrow. Bow and arrows are all over RPG. That's absolutely everywhere. But being able to use a sickle and chain or kunai, that's pretty sick. That's pretty unique. I want more of that. Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? Did anyone look? If so, that means a piece of cloth is vital evidence. Oh, whoa! Wait, did that hold it? No? There's not enough information. Well, it seems we'll have to suspend the proceedings. Suspend? I find myself wondering about the piece of cloth. If we leave any questions unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen all the evidence. Agreed? I suppose so. The case is close. But we made it, at least for now. Medley, if you want me to throw doggy, you have to bring it up here. The court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime after all. He's still hungry? And we're only adjourning? For 30 minutes? Don't I get to investigate now? Yeah, we're gonna save. Trial ladder? What the time is it? It's only been 2 hours in game. Holy shit. Mr. Wright? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like that you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface, but no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to quite get there? Pretty much. So today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon, a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Let's see, I told you this is long. I like this case, but it does drag a little sometimes. Hola, partner. Hey. I see what you mean, though. Yeah, it's like, I have not had a trial the ladder. It's been trial, investigate, trial, investigate. And I think the longest one so far has been the Von Karma one with Edgeworth, because that was supposed to be a whole, that was the only one that went to a full 3 days. Everything else has been like on the second day. They say you saw a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's a myth. Like, they don't like the cloth, but it's not about it being red. That's what he told me when I was a youngin' at least. At least, Mona. Let's see, Officer Marshall! Thought I'd come take a look-see at how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. Let's see. They got the home ranch locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. It's hard to slip out, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these last 2 days have been really on edge. You don't get enough on your plate without worrying about other people, Padre. You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Officer Marshall? whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. As he just full on chugging a drink. You don't say. Now don't that just beat all. I seen the red breeze blow at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day too. I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. Oh, I'm telling you, Angel Star dressed up like Lana because they look very similar if you just style them differently, but she didn't have a red scarf. And he's testifying that Lana was wearing a scarf that day, so why would she take it off if she always wears it? She wouldn't take it off to commit murder. What? At the award ceremony that afternoon, Edgar's seen it too, I reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the crime scene, she isn't wearing a scarf. And in the other photograph, the black and white one, the muffler image is white, like the cloth is a white cloth. If it was red, it would look darker than that. So Miss Star wasn't mistaken. Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horn. Sometimes you just gotta let the bull go where it will. Time will tell. Ugh, I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Ooh-wee! I always love depictions of Americans in Japanese media. They are just so funny. They're just so funny. Like, Keith in Yu-Gi-Oh! This is that same vibe. Like, especially early 2000s, there was such an interesting demographic of Americans in Japanese media. I'd like to resume. What's up? The judge keeps looking over the prosecution. Oh, shit! Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, your eyes are unfocused, you doubled over, your back is bent. It can't be! This can't happen! I wonder what happened to Edgeworth. What did they find in the muffler? Well then, I believe it's time we continued on with this trial. Oh my gosh. During our recess, I had requested that the prosecution conduct an investigation. This is unacceptable! No, yeah, I gotta hit the lemon grab. You gotta hit, unacceptable! Seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Excuse me, knock knock. Who's there? What's with this guy? A strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he? Ah, it's you! Is it Damon? Is this Damon? Oh my god, say something! Sorry, I'm late. Udgy? Like Judgy instead of Udgy? The roads are packed, it's just me. Long time to see, hey Udgy? How you been? Swim much these days? Oh, hello. No, I've been so busy. Busy, schmizzy, Udgy, my boy. You have to make time to relax. Yes, indeed. Udgy seems to be his nickname for the judge. Thank you. Oh, I really know how to hit that lemon grab when I need to. Afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Oh, sorry, you're right. Oh, kind of hate this dude. I feel that. I feel that a lot. The attorney, I've heard such good things about Sun. Thanks? So sorry about our little worthy giving you all the trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Little worthy? Damon's a piece of work, Mr. Wright. You know the district chief of police. This man's the chief of police? Chief of police? He's a top-ranking police officer in the entire district. Doesn't give you a name, though. Name's Gant. Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you. Holy shit. So, to what do we owe the honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it? It's been a long time since the 2-year incident. About 2 years, What happened 2 years ago? Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fella. I feel that. Edgeworth is such a vibe right now. The man looks distressed. I just thought I'd help out by bringing That's not the cloth. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Wait, we don't have the photo. Oh my gosh, this bitch didn't give us the photo. No, 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 no. The photo that bitch presented, the muffler image was white. The cloth was white. This is, oh, he's faking. I just thought I'd help out by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Guy really was wearing that muffler. But she's wearing it now! I think that, how many red scarves does she have? Medley, what are you doing? Medley. What are you doing? Do you even know? Come here. Medley, come here. Come here! Oh, sweet girl, Medley, come here. 1, 2, oh. There you go. I think that it was stuffed into an exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less. Hi. Can you go lay down, please? Wait, what? It's really quite embarrassing, even for us. What the fuck is that? Well, what's this? It's what you call a switch knife. Wait a minute. SL9? I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it! Oh my gosh! February 21st, SL9, he was picking up evidence! It was the evidence switch off! Remember what they said? Remember what they said? Oh yeah, at the award ceremony, it's how we do the switch off day. We bring evidence. SL9 is the switchblade. Quite perplexing, this. I got it. I got it. I tied it all together! Chief, what kind of outfit are you running? Mr. Edgeworth? How could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigations are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? No, wait a minute, Worthy. Like how Edgeworth is pissed. I have no desire for excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Ew. He's like a jollier version of Von Karma, just a huge piece of shit. Have a look at this document where it says person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature is there. Miles Edgeworth? Hey, look at that. Damon wears gloves. See, people can wear gloves for any reason. Wait, I gotta see his hands again. I didn't notice the gloves. That's not fair. On the day of the crime, I had... Oh, interesting. And you know, they almost look like black surgical gloves too. You know, someone that wouldn't leave a fingerprint. And you know, it takes a lot of force to stab someone in the chest too. That's what I wish we had that photo. It was really high. I don't know how tall Goodman is, but let's just say he's like, oh, like a 5'9". Right? Like, I'm not, like, not big. This guy looks big, though. This guy could be like a 6'1". It's so much easier to stab into someone's chest from the angle we saw if you're taller than them. But Lana, we don't know how tall she is. She's probably more of like a 5'6", maybe in heels. Or if at 5'9" at most in heels to match victim size, it'd be a lot harder to stab like that. I don't know, the angle of the stab, like shape here and here always gets me. For me, it's the Red Cross tie thing. Like, what is that in the chest? What is any of that? That's so distinct. Let's see, your head is in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel, but you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up this mess you made. This is the first time I've seen Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. The court accepts new evidence. But I'd like to ask the defense for a favor first, yes? Just be sure. I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife. The blade, Your Honor? Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it up for me, I wonder? Yes, well... I think all you have to do is push the switch and... If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. See, February 21st, SL9, it was the evidence handover. This is evidence being handed over. SL9, I don't know what 2 is. Maybe it's the case and it's the second piece of evidence? Wait. There's a small tag on this knife. It said SL9 too. What's that mean? Well, I've heard something similar. DL6 of DL6 incident fame. But it's strange. Huh, what? I'm uncertain, but I get the feeling I've seen this somewhere before. Letters like this, or letters that look a lot like this somehow. Yes! It's interesting that there's like oil marks on it too. Ah! Ah, don't scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip seems to be broken off. This dark red stain. Blood? So maybe Goodman tried to protect himself with evidence? This does not excuse the action of the police department. I would like to hear an explanation from the chief of police himself. I'm terribly sorry, but could I ask you to testify for us about the split between the prosecutor and the police and this knife? Sure, sure thing. Not a problem. Not even a little one. Really? Not even a little Mona? I got so many ladies with me. Right, Mona? Yeah, Mona. I think Jaina has finally chilled out. She's asleep now. That's good. This knife is special, but I can't say how here. Unless there's evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman! It's a bad day for the department. We weren't on any shape to do an investigation. A detective was killed at the department. What a mess. Time of the crime, 5:15. A scary coincidence, eh? No, it wasn't. It's not officially linked to this case, so I can't talk much about it. Oh, we got him. We got him. There was a murder at the police department? A detective? That's hush-hush information, Uji. We haven't exactly announced it yet. You can't not announce it! Wait a second. You said 5:15. That's the exact time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. Order, order, order! Anyway, we were at the department. They were all afluster, as you might well assume. We're in the middle of a top-secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay? I think we understood the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright, that's not how any of that works. 2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. What are the chances of that are really slim? Scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness. So now we have 2 murders? Keep your questions focused on the case at hand. Hold it. This knife was found at the scene of the crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that can go on in a department I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto. Maybe there's something about this knife that can give us a clue. I'll examine the knife while we can. Evidence that links the knife to the Goodman. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place. I should try presenting the evidence that's had me stumped all this time. I got it, though. I got it. Okay, wait. Back. Present. Wait. I'm nervous. I'm gonna save. Okay, there we go. Present. Objection! Wait a second. At last, an honest-to-goodness objection. This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? Aha! An honest-to-goodness, what do you mean from Uji? This is great. Look at the tag on this knife. It says SL92. And this is important. Why? Over there, we also have a memo that was on the body of the victim. If you flip it around... what's this? 6 minus 7s, 12/2? Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside. The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get? Ooh! Ah! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same thing written on the knife's tag. Order! Order! Well, Chief? Oh, well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto. I win? Let's get what game is this guy playing? This knife is evidence in a case that was stolen from the evidence room. So the knife was stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon? Nice, nice, nice. Good show, Little Worthy. It was a murder weapon as it happens. He calls him Little Worthy. It's so rude. He calls me Righto, but he calls him Little Worthy. We're the same age. And he started being a prosecutor long before I was a defense attorney. So he's just an asshole. It was evidence for a case long since solved. I think I see what's going on here a little bit. The prosecution is trying to do their job, but it seems that the police department is kind of incompetent. Their detectives are shit. They get wrong evidence or they forget evidence. And instead of doing better, it just caused a rip between them and the prosecutors because the prosecutors get pissed when the police department fucks up and they have to deal with it. This knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. Something happened at the police department too, huh? You got a good look in your eyes there, right on my boy? Sharp, hungry. So something did happen, and why wasn't I informed? Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? Cause how was he supposed to know, dickhead? No matter, I understand. You were busy, what with Lana's case and all. What I find funny for the series that anytime you get a piece of paper, no one ever thinks to turn it over or look at the back until the trial. Right? Let me examine the paper. Let me flip it over. Let me turn it around. It's a piece of paper, dude. Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day? Detective was killed. On the same day that the detective was killed at the prosecutor's parking lot. Another detective was killed at the police department. That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy? I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect just arrested, in fact. Just arrested. That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto. I suppose I could help, if you help me by giving me data on your case. Oh, good one. That's a sharp kid. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing, and one thing only. Okay. Where the victim was found. How the victim was killed. Well, we know they were at the police department. When the victim died. I feel like when the victim died would be really interesting. I don't know what the right answer is, though. They all seem like really interesting questions that I need. How the victim was killed, where the victim was found, and when the victim died. But I think we have more evidence for time than we have anything else. So, I wanna know when. But I'll save in case I really fuck up. So, when did the murder at the police department occur? Now that's a sharp question, right? Oh, very sharp. Well, my boy, you're gonna love this. Time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked. Okay. 5:15? But that's when Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office. What? Funny, isn't it? But that's not when he was killed at the prosecutor's office, technically. Because he was stabbed around 4 to 5:30. Between 4 and 5:15. Cause was loss of blood. I guess they're giving me a range, but that doesn't seem right. See, a murder at the prosecutor's place, murder at very place at the same time. What are the chances? Coincidence? It's just my gut feeling, but I'd say there's a 0.001% chance of that happening. And also, how did she kill someone in 3 minutes? If the door was locked to the security office, where did Edgeworth go? I don't know, 3 minutes is pretty quick. I guess technically you could say it's 6 minutes with the phone call, but 6 minutes to do all that? And 5 of those minutes that Angel Star wasn't witness to it? Chief Grant, please tell us more about the interaction. It is officially linked to the case. How can you say there's no connection? How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto, you understand? Try to understand, Righto. Well, if you can prove there's a connection, more power to you. Maybe there's something that ties the two murders together? Whatever it is, I better find it and get to the bottom of this. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office, and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife. What was it doing there? I better check this out. And you gotta remember, it takes 30 minutes to get from the police department to the prosecutor's office, so it can't be the same person. We're gonna start doing an investigation. A detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess. Okay. So it's not officially linked, so I can't talk about it. The knife was stolen, was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. The detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess. The time of the crime, 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? Okay. It's not officially linked to this case, so I can't talk about it much. Huh. Okay, now I'm stumped again. Because I'm not sure what piece of evidence they want me to present. I'm gonna say separately. I don't know if we can ask other questions, but I want to have the option. I'm gonna press again and see what happens. I'm not sure what piece of evidence they want to present. So this knife was stolen. Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence you say was in fact a murder weapon. Wait. It was a murder weapon as it has. It was evidence from a case long since solved. Because the knife was stolen on the day of the murder. It was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Okay, see, Edgeworth was at the police department until about, what would that be, 4:45? So someone could have had time to shove that into his muffler until he got to this place. But why would someone be trying to connect that murder with Edward's car and this murder? Something happened at the police department too, huh? You had a good eye, sharp, hungry, so something happened and I wasn't informed. You didn't ask. There's obviously hostility between the prosecution and the police. Let's see. Well, what happened? What happened to the police department that day? Detective was killed. On the same day the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. That's a fact. Surprising. Well, there was a suspect, just arrested them. That was quick. Unanswered questions. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only. How the victim was killed. Can we ask multiple questions? That's the interesting part. It was with the force called a stabbing with a knife. Okay, so it was also with a knife. Exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit. You're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There was more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. It seems like I'm going to have to press this a little harder. Let's also try where the body was found. And we can ask multiple questions. Where the victim was found. So killed with a knife at 5:15. Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. Evidence room? Wait a second, I've heard of that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that just now in his testimony? So the knife was stolen from the same place the murder took place. This knife was evidence in the case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's a connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? Well, we just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Grant to testify about the details. Present. So do we testify about the knife? Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between those two cases has already been proven. Oh, okay. So now that we know all that information, now we can do it. Hey, you don't say it. Well, out with it, Wright. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. We also know the detective murdered at the police department. And see, Edgeworth keeps helping me. He's so nice. Was killed in the very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. You two make a good pair. Thank you. Oh, see, even he sees the connection between Edgeworth and Wright. He sees the love there. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right here. Chief, I request you release your information on the victim in the police department. I see that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all. Can we get the information unofficially? Sure. Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all. What, really? Doesn't that mean it'd be inadmissible in court if it's unofficial? Who would have guessed? I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim of the department, okay? If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh, well, I guess I might have to try to get it out of him. Let's see. The victim's gender? Okay, how about the gender of the victim? You want to know that? Okay, a hint. Let's see. First hint, the gender that's not female, so male. He was a guy. What did I tell you? The boy's sharp. Stop goofing around, Mr. Wright. This is serious business. Sorry, Your Honor. Hey, tell us to the police chief. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15. One at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife. What was it doing there? I better check this out. This knife is evidence. Wait. Okay. The victim's ID number? How about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't be able to tell their name after all. Keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hope up. The ID number is 5842198. Or 2189. And 5842189. Wow, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 82. I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Let's start. Do you have anything else? This tells me something! Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning? It has to be what I think it is. But what does it mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. And remember, the photo that we saw of the body with the shoe doesn't have a head. We don't know who that is. You say the ID number of the detective was murdered at the police department. Tells you something. What does it tell you? Witness? What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just... I got confused. And this is news? Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing. Like you always do. Police tomorrow at the prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time. Actually, I happen to have the police ID number here. Oh, is this yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Wright. Oh, personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And this means what exactly? Huh? Wait, the ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82. I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first numbers right again! Number the chief of police gave us was 8542189. Wait a second, Wright? What does this... It was found at the prosecutor's office! Mean? That's what I want to know. 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, sharp as attack, right? Sharp as attack. Wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department. In the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible! So, what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time? In a completely different location? Apparently! Right, Mona? Order, 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 Chief, what does this mean? No. What I wonder is, why didn't I hear about this? Now, just wait a second, Worthy. I need to get, no need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? What a dick. The oversight, the grave error? Mr. Edgeworth? They're yours. What? How dare! We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news! Oh, shit! And he sent him away because of the... Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have I heard that name before? Wait, oh! I remember, he has a cut on his hand, too. There it is! Actually, his hand's fucked up. Excuse me, but Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. We've got your report, sir. I like how his little ID tag also has him going like this. What do you mean, him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe, but your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident, but it didn't. It was a separate incident. Bruce Gibbon murdered at the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right at the top of the report. Ugh. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer is capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted a report this morning in the court as evidence. Then I... Did he? No such this time, Worthy, or should I say unworthy? What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright, again, they never said the second rule of evidence law. Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in court before the trial. Okay, again, now they give a shit about evidence law besides the other 4 cases we've already done. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Wright over here. Good job, Wright, my boy. Huh? Oh, I was just doing my job. No. No! It seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, with all those rumors. You're even in the defendant's chair just this past December. Ugh. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me 1 day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened if it's the last thing I do. You better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error that serious in the history of this court. I'll grant 1 further day what this prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Whatever your punishment for this, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well, court is adjourned. Okay, but now we get to investigate. Do we have to go to the police department and look at the case there? See the evidence that we can find? Maybe go talk to Lana again, see what she knew. This is not looking great. February 23rd. Okay, so now this is after court. 2:15. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Well, let's see. What's going on? Victim Detective Bruce Goodman was stabbed to death at 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this and the evidence room part? Prosecution office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out, or at least try. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that this thick-rimmed glass of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. Okay, prosecutor's underground parking lot. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. The murder wasn't even a body. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? So could he have been stabbed there, put in the car, and brought here for her to find? Yeah, it's our only victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. And they just found all the blood? Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at a crime scene? Never. Even though she says that they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether those was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Hee hee hee. Ignore the strength of my science is your own peril, Mr. Wright. Well, actually, no, yeah, if there are blood stains, you could use, gosh, like a UV light and find them, because it's actually really hard to just wash away blood with water. That's why they're still able to find it if you don't use something like bleach. Unless you use bleach, it's still going to be there. Water's actually not going to get rid of blood residue. It's Execution calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Let's go. Bring out the luminol, baby. It reacts to blood. Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. You need bleach. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. That's why you don't bring luminol spray and a UV light into a hotel room. Wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You have an extra pair of those things? Test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press the A button to spray on it. Okay, let's see, let's find out some blood stains. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. This is a blood stain? Emma, you're shaking. It's just, this is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, well, we definitely know this is a blood stain, but doesn't something strike you as odd, scientifically speaking, course? What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount of blood. It's not much. Perpetrator Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? Thank you. Finally, we're getting to the amount of blood. I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to be more blood with this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans that we find the blood stain. See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved out my allowance to buy that. Luminol testing fluid received from the very proud-looking Emma Skye. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Let's drag that hidden evidence out with the light of day. Yeah. Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should have this spray on me, anything suspicious. They let her out! I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Starr! You only trust your own eyes, so not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just that kind of lead and doesn't really get my mouth watering. Let's talk to her. Today's trial. You certainly put me on a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starr, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there, but I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry. You lied on the witness stand. It's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. Chief Prosecutor Skye stabbed a man in cold blood, and the testimony still stands. Ah. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal, when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up. They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. Yeah, that's your name. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long they called me... the cough-up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go or fired? I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. Why? It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... present. What do you think about this? The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. So she has motive. Really? Knife is evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transfer the day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Oh, damn. Okay, it's the same thing no matter what you give her. Because she doesn't have anything, so do I have to present more stuff? What? Okay, what if I just... I had one of those until 2 years ago, back when you were the Cough Up Queen, right? We found this ID here in the parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that it's definitely Goodman's, but it was the same idea as the man who was killed in the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. Can you take a look at this? Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, thanks. She didn't even look at it. Okay, so if she's talking about tea, that means it's not anything to do with this. A body with Edward's knife stuck in it was found in Edward's car. Think he owes his gratitude. Gratitude? Well, if it hadn't witnessed the crime, Mr. Edward would have been the suspect. I wonder. Was he probably trying to get placed as the suspect again? Someone really has it out for Edgeworth. Still, it's strange. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready? Okay, so this is irrelevant. See, I'm trying to get better about just presenting everything I have. I don't think this is gonna have anything to do with it. Yeah, I just wanted to double check though. You never know now. That handprint and the broken parts are gonna become relevant at some point. I feel it. Okay, this is also irrelevant. Cell phone with the muffler? It was when I grabbed the chief prosecutor on the shoulder. She dropped that phone on the pavement. That's when you heard her talking about the muffler, right? Little did I know it was a trap. The red car's muffler and the prosecutor's red muffler. That was Miss Sky really trying to say, I wonder. Okay, this is irrelevant. What about the photo? If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room, but even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed toward the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murderer. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The whole of my testimony, as it were. 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. Your lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't gonna have it disregarded again. Just like that time. The SL9 incident that time! Okay, the shoes are relevant. Okay, there we go. SL9 incident. The incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them disposable. I mean, with how Edgeworth treats Gumshoe and how Von Karma treated Gumshoe, I can see it. Disposable to whom? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I've ever landed. Oh, there's Goodman and Marshall, and then who's that at the bottom corner? Police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite clearly. Or quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any clearer than that. The only problem was they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence of a sort. Made up evidence. Made up? What, you mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolman, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and the other person you know well. Marshall. Wait, could it be? But Goodman still got to be a detective? Interesting. Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean Police Department Security Detail Officer Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. I know it up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I came to sell lunches in this accursed office. I came here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Starr's old boyfriends. How many does she have, anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie, what? Seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes? Ooh, then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Officer Marshall! And a star? Officer Marshall, is he, are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister. It made me jealous. And he was nice to me too, back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Officer Janie! Okay, you feeling better, Janie Mae? Whee! There you go, Janie. Okay, yeah, she's gonna go sleep somewhere else. She's all upset, but that's okay. It's okay. She's good. No, maybe she's thirsty. She's leaving for some water, I think. I feel like we've asked all we can and presented everything, so we should move to the police department. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so busy they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. Detective did get killed here after all. To be satisfied, just drink water, so don't just slop it. Right. Oh, especially if you're so thirsty, you just get like a nice hefty drink that goes on for like a minute and a half. Goodness me. So according to the path we got into the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid in an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. Guard station. Holy shit! What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond the door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime. It sure seems that way. Oh! What's wrong? It's the cacti. They're so prickly, it's imposing. It's hard to think straight. Can't handle the cacti. Stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is the guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Yeah, it's a little obvious. We'll try the hat, maybe? Yipes, they sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell, with spines pointing in every direction, just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. Looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What's this leather thing called again? A punchy? A poncho! Oh, I know, a punchy. No. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep the information to myself for the time being. Oh, hi, Jeannie. Did you get some water? Oh, yeah, your little beard's wet. You got some water. That's a good girl. That's a good Jeannie. That's a good Jeannie. Okay, let's see. Anything else we can look at? Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. Maybe we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of here. Okay, wait, let's look at this. Look at the lasso on the floor. Looks like it's setting up a trap or something. A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. The swing door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. You're sad? Why are you sad? That's unfortunate. If you went through here, the cactus wouldn't fall over. Ouch! I'd say more of a ugh myself. We don't need no sadness. We only need Texas. The game that I am required to suffer through drops tomorrow. Are you talking about... What's the date? Yeah! Code Vein 2? I think you're talking about Code Vein 2. The evidence room is beyond that door. Code Vein 2? Yeah! I have Code Vein 1 on my list because I want to play it, and then I can get Code Vein 2 and try that. I know they're not connected, but I want to prepare for the new game. I heard that it's all right. I've heard, but reviews have been saying that it's all right. But man, the price for like the Steelbook 9, they want $100 for Code Vein 2. That's a lot of money, man. See, the evidence room is beyond the door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Okay, so let's leave. There's not much more we can do here. Game sounds like it sells the work video game. Because it sounds like a code at a hospital. See, please! Wasn't that one steak lunch, please? Oh, it's you, Detective Gumshoe. There's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. There's a big change in shadows that I actually really- Ooh, what's the big change? I mean, they've already taken so much out of Assassin's Creed, they must add something good to supplant that. There's no time for despair. We caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing at the police department evidence room, right, pal? On the same day the detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Aw, Janie. But there's Big Janie. Actually, there's two pups here. Medley's just using Evie as a pillow. What a good sausage. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need the steak lunch pronto. Marshall! Standing around here is talking isn't gonna fill my belly. Oh wait, no, we must eat it. Never mind. Wait, don't leave. You wanna know more? Head down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figured he's down there having a good cry. Later. Assassination works a little different. Enemies can enter a heightened state. If you try to assassinate them, they'll block and grab your arm and push you away. You have to wait for them to drop their guard. Oh. Actually, that's a really good addition. I'm surprised they didn't add that sooner. Because some of the people you're assassinating aren't just like a politician or something. They're like, oh, a hardened criminal, or oh, one of our Templar enemies. It's like they would know that you're there. They're a warrior too. That's that's good. It's sad that it's in one of the later, like the most latest Assassin's Creed game, but I guess, you know, beggars can't be choosers and all that. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Oops. Do we go back here, maybe? Well, even make the comment on how you failed to stab them too. Really? Also, they shit talk too? Are you only fighting Vegeta the whole game? Oh, Jaina. If I move my arm, she's gonna fall. Little lady. Can I pump you up? No, shit's okay. It's okay. Shh. It's okay. Go back to sleep. Go back to sleep. Shh. Go back to sleep. Shh. There you go. Shh. That's a good Jaina. No, you're okay. I know. You're okay. Shh. Still, I do feel better about little things. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was the perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Oh, poor buddy. Oh, hi. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but this is Mr. Edgeworth. Anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekins. I want to say Meeseeks. It's Officer Meekins. So you're a guard here at the detention center? No. No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report. No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't, is he? You, Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Sir, I'm a patrolman with General Affairs, sir. Sir! Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room is empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Yeah, Marshall. And, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir! Yow! Wait, is he handcuffed up? What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white! I saw red! I blacked out! And then I came to. I was here, in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. Just like Miss Sky. Yeah, another similarity between the case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Victim. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right, sir? Please don't look at me with such puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as a perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me a victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. Yes, sir, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? This guy's movements are so aggressive, he would be played by Jim Carrey. Well, sir, if I had to label him a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily to the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light and other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he wasn't a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, none! Nor did I have any recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Let's see about your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. Next thing I knew, I was unconscious. Next thing you knew, you were, huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? When I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. Do you think you could look at this? Hey, that's it, sir. That's it. What's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card has the cause of all of it. This ID card? Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. Crime details. Can we imagine if America made an Ace Attorney movie? Jim Carrey definitely played Neeskins, but Patrick Warburton played Gumshoe? Oh yeah, absolutely. Although I don't know if Warburton's got the voice. If they made it like an animated, but I don't know if he's got the look. Gumshoe looks a lot more sweetly pathetic. Right? Like you just feel bad for the guy. Like he's so well-meaning and he works so hard, but he just goofs up so much. It's so pitiful. See, can you tell us what it is that you remember? Exactly, that too. He's a little too old. Warburton's face is just a little bit more... Oh gosh, how do I put this? He's just in his own world, right? Like, he's got a voice that is very much in his own world. He is just absolutely doing his own thing. Like, when he's cooking in Emperor's New Groove, and he gets really into it, the man just commits. Well, sir, you might say, I'm a little lost patrolman. Okay. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, enter the evidence room and ask the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the books of it. That's right, sir! That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show you his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you, I was so flustered that you were right now, sir. So I whipped him and, walloped him and left, sir. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. Then I woke. I was here. Right. But he had the bandage on when we saw him in Edgeworth's office. So is this just a lie or is he stupid? Maybe they messed up the body model? Gumshoe would almost be between Jones or something. I hate that in this modern day of movie making, you're kind of right, and I don't like that. Wait, does that make Phoenix Wright Timothy Chalamet? Jack Black plays the judge, Tom Holland plays Phoenix, Zendaya plays Maya, but likely with how Hollywood works. Okay, well, so wait, does that make Timothy Chalamet Edgeworth? Cause I hate that. I would hate that with every fiber of my being. That would be horrible. See, so Officer Meeseeks, why was it that you were arrested, or that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim who he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. Rice Pattern Book Silly, gross. That's also gross, stop. And if his body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir, that's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines, huh? But you still ended up here? Was there a huge pool of blood? They told me that it had to be him, sir, on that day at that time. Let's see. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room, that's what they said. But you don't remember the evidence clearly? No, but the videotape is... There's a tape?! From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime. I swore it's stamp out, it's there, it's me, it's on tape. Oh, we gotta see this tape. You waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks, I have my own. Well, guess we better go check out this crime scene. Holy shit. Can we check out the video? How do we get to check out the video? You want to open? Thought it would open. Oh wait, do we need to go get permission? Like at Criminal Affairs? Finn actually did make an Ace Attorney movie and it's bad. Yeah, but intentionally it made it super cheesy to watch. At least it's kind of fun. Is it? It might be bad, but is it kind of fun to watch? Sometimes, like, that's why I like Final Destination movies. They're not good movies, but they're fun to watch. Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the chief of detective's desk. It's Police Chief Grant. And you're sure this is all, hmm? You know what it means if there's anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, his seat cushion behind his computer monitor, his inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you'll call me right away, deal? Yes, sir! We'll scour the place again, sir. Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Ah, right on, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Oh, Chief Grant, reporting my duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Let's see. Oh, let's see the cover. Oh gosh, yeah. That, you know what? That would at least be fun to watch. I absolutely think that this would, 100% certainly be fun to watch. Let's see. I mean, the hair, everyone's hair, how aggressive it looks, the little break when they say objection, the finger, I mean, you can't go wrong, really. Yeah, really, I mean, that is pretty solid. Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, really? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Holy shit, sounds like an inquisition. It's all serious, so it works well. That's definitely the kind of thing you can't take seriously. I mean, even the game doesn't take itself seriously, so the fact that if the movie did, it would kind of not work. You need to be kind of a little out there for it to work. Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boys since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Redo? Come on, Karma! Alleged he was undefeated in his 40-year career, but in court you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? Evidence room incident. It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf, too. I mean, they are being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Rido, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives' trap shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. Huh? You saw that? Whoops! I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Oh, sorry, you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? We'll see over there. That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it out for anything that might be a clue. He took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still there? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not even important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on this is February 21st. Better make a note of that, just in case. I wonder what it says. Half-rank diamond to 221. It can only be submitted to the police, chief of police. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Okay, so now we can leave. Because it's telling me to move back here, specifically. But... Can I mean, I don't know. Can I not use the luminol at all? Can I check this? Bruce Goodman, 221 ID 5. Wait. Wait. Goodman didn't write the report. Goodman didn't write it. He would know his own ID number. He would know it was 5842889 because he'd use it all the time. You would know your ID number. Oh, someone was forging it. Someone was forging it. Permission to enter. Actually, I was wondering, can I ask you a favor? Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. I don't like this man. Now, Wright. Actually, I'm sorry, I don't need to investigate at all. Wright, please, do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asks me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give him $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate the room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Just goes to show you, you never know until you've asked. And for you here, you can borrow this. Huh, hey! This is a detective's ID card, isn't it? It's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Yeah, my last work, I had a long ID number, and I actually did not remember, but not still, but at the time. Exactly, at the time, you would know it. So if you were writing it down, you would know what it is. It's like knowing your birthday. Oh, it's XY year, and you would know exactly when your birthday is. You wouldn't mess that up. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go to the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Or, like, your social security number. Like, I memorized my social security number because it was so important. I know exactly what it is. That's not something you just forget. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from the Chief Grant. Wait. Can we look at the evidence or the new card? Okay, so it's not a piece of evidence. It's just an extra card. Let's see, it won't open. The card reader is turned off, see? What is the security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, what's made my Bambina skies go gray? Officer Marshall! Why does it have to be him? What's with that why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw! That card you got there is on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. Crime scene's awaiting. The card reader's on again. Well, while we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. It's a really good song, yes. He's an interesting character. He's not as creepy as Grant, but the music is probably the best part about him. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Can you present any evidence? Oh, wait. That smell. Reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? You don't say. No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak given to Officer Marshall. Man, now I need a steak lunch. I don't have any steak. Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask. Anything. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Guard station. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of the security from the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. That poor little doggy. Poor guy. I kept getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? Well, yeah, you're drinking on the job actively every time we've seen you. I understand you've lost your fire. Dude basically loud quit. He didn't quiet quit where he just does his job. He literally set up shop and drinks at the job. He loud quit, but he still gets paid. So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli sneaking next to your steak, you know? But broccoli's really good for you. Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. That was always my dream, to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now. Like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. Gosh. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solid in the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. You can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it, anyway? We've heard about the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the day of our case. That's right. The evidence transferals. Edwards were talking about the transferals too. Security system. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? But there are dozens. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens in the tapes, are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they the ones with those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go to the evidence room, you need the ID card. That's the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID that passes through. It's a lot of really good intel. Okay, so at 5:14... the ID card for him was entered. Is there a second one? Because he couldn't have been killed at our place if he was here, but then we found his ID card there. Was it dropped off later? Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number in the record just now. I've seen that number somewhere before. Maybe there's some way I can prove the record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, could you explain what the whole transferal thing is about? They only keep evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault in the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever, dead. Never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. See this? This is the victim's ID card. The one that was in the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 8542189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. And you know, you see there's one that goes twice. 4989596 is done twice. They went at 450, and then out again at, or then in again at 415, they went in at 450, and then again at 514. My goodness. It was used at 514 right before the stabbing. So whoever went in at 450 also went in to stab that person. Was it Meekins? What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. Wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Well, someone with his ID card was in the evidence room. But then they could have taken it to the scene of the crime and dropped it off there. So I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So he asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. That's gonna be really useful. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Okay, let's go to the evidence room. Yes! It's quite the investigation. Must be over here. This is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Oh, it's Gumshoe. What's his ID? Eek! Whoa! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts in the head, pal. So it's true, what I heard. Righto, please do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate the room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. So Chief of Police Grant will owe me $50? Even me? Oh, so that's what you're talking about? Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Wait, yeah, $50 for Gumshoe would be a lot because his yearly bonus was $20. Dude, a bonus of $20. Do you think they gave it to him all in singles to, like, beef it up? Or did they just give him one solo 20? Like, would they really be that rude? Just give him or even a check for 20 bucks? Not even 20 raw dollars? Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today. Boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're a boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. See the stabbing of the detective at the PD. Ooh. It's got to be a lot of singles. At least give the man a wad he can bring home. The tiniest, most insignificant wad. He'd definitely have to stuff his wad for sure, too. Oh, it's just a layout. Can you take a look at this? ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. I heard of the rumors, so it was Goodman who- Whoa! What is it? The second number! It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth! What? The second number on this list, it belongs to Mr. Edgeworth! What?! Oh shit. Why would Edgeworth have to come to the evidence room? Wait, let's check it again. We gotta fill it in! Ooh. So we need to know who 4989596 is, and then the whole 7. Boss for a day. So Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day. That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course! I am a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open. We're getting a lot of really good data here. This is definitely one of the more complex trials. Like, sometimes you can kind of see what happens. Like, okay, with the Gordy mystery, like, oh, you see the inflatable steel samurai, and you're like, oh shit, that's gotta be Gordy, because there's the only thing there at the lake, and the bang could have been the compressor exploding. There's like so many answers, and you're like, oh, you're kind of seeing it. I'm not seeing it here. I have some suspects. I don't like Grant. I don't know if it would be the one lady. It's really suspicious. There's a lot going on, and it's so hard to put all these pieces together so far. It's really amazing that I have no idea what the fuck is going on. See, I always believe in Mr. Edgeworth no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee right now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. SL9, yeah, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can get lost. Why, I'm on their third card since Edgeworth the Force already! So wait, you can lose them constantly, but you have the same number? Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Oh, it's a fingerprint. Right hand. Oh, you mean they're with your fingerprint. Exactly, pal. The locker for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. Use the latest models. There's a trick to the handle, see? The handles? On the other side of the handle is a sensor. And if the wrong person touches it, zap, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Oh, some people don't know about it. Wait! Could that be why Meekin's hand is messed up? Because he didn't know about it, so he tries the handle and he gets zapped? And that's why he had to wrap the whole thing? How do we prove the SL9 incident? I don't even know, and the switchblade knife. I believe Edwards was the most surprised of anyone because of the SL9 connection. That was Mr. Edwards' first big case, you know, 2 years ago. It was the first time the world knew Edwards was the man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Okay, we got an SL9 incident. Now that was a bloody, violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? A serial killing. Oh, a serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all, but the killer made a mistake and Mr. Edwards built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edwards right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence. It was supposed to be all cleared up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So, the switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? I fixed it. Okay. What else can I present? Stabbed. What would drive Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't mean, of course, I mean, I'm sure someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. That is possible. Okay, so this is the same thing. Present the card. That's the victim, Detective Goodman's ID card. These days, everything's cards and secret numbers. I can never relax. It's only because you always lose your card. I always forge my secret number 2. Huh, scary, huh? Wait, he always forges his secret number 2? Scary? My face should be ID enough. What's wrong with word coming in? Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system. Okay. That's a photo that Miss Star took. Anything you can tell us about it? The Miss Star is quite the lady. Why, I remember in the winter, I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. What happened? 16. That's all I am now. I wonder what happened. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. Okay, yeah, again, those are connected. Present. Okay, can we talk about anything else? No. No, I have heard of it, but that's not one that I've personally watched. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some other case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was recently opened. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had been breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? The Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt either. Under that trench coat either. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it in the front of them, pal. Oh my gosh, yeah, we are kind of mean. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and got away? Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. What else do we got? Places, stuff with evidence, stuff with dreams. I'm not sure about the dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey pal, our security is high-tech around here. See, some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. So, oh, it's the fishing pole of the metal detector! What a sorry-looking fishing pole that- It's Detective Gumshoes! Hey, that's my personal pole! It's really good. We always see the killer, but the real treat is how Columbo puts all the clues together and gets his suspects. I really like crime stuff like that. My favorite kind of crime show is like a forensic crime show. That's why I like, stuff like Bones or sometimes like Criminal Minds, where they take all this like information and they have to like break it down and do science to figure it out. I really like those kind of shows where they have to like show the science, or like, oh, we're gonna drip acid on this thing and it's gonna reveal this kind of stuff. And I like that kind of show. Those are really fun. I like the forensic side. I try to watch Castle because like, oh, another detective show where he works with the cops, but he's a writer and it's like, oh, he's just like, he's not doing the forensic side. That's why I like the detective-y shows where they do science and stuff. I want to see the forensic side of it. I don't care about the detective side of it. Dexter is interesting. I just see this stuff, but he is the killer. I've heard really good things about that show, except for like the last season or so. And that's kind of what's been putting me off, because I know it's going to end in bullshit. Doesn't he like go out to be a lumberjack or something? And it just kind of like takes all the energy out of it. He should have been taken out like Kira. You gotta take Light Yagami out at the end. That's the only way. Let's see, that's my personal poll. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal, that's the metal detector. The one that solved the, led to the solving of that case out in Gourd Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And, I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. Cheap-looking box? You can't judge a person or a sheep by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. Paint? What is the song Paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been to wage war against oppression. True. Oh, that's because that's how he made the blue badger. I noticed there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the blue badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here in the evidence room! Ooh. What's this, blood? That's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other blood stains left in the room? We should use her testing fluid to check it out. How do I... Don't tell me you bring this where you were, with you where we go. You never know where there might be something going down. What kind of world do you think we live in? How do I use... Do I just have to... Options? I'm not actually sure how they want me to use the spray. Oh, here we go, here we go. Okay, so that is blood. That looks like a lot more blood. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of the locker. I'll make note of it in our floor plans. Hey, so if you don't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Ooh, wow, thank you. Thank you for the raid. I hope your night's going well. I hope you're having a pretty solid day. We're trying to solve a murder here. Oh, don't move. It's not going super great, but we're using luminol spray, so that's pretty fun. Let's try the glove. Ooh, another SL9 item. Someone left the glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe. This is my first Ace Attorney. I'm trying to work through all of them that I have on Switch. And so far, this has been a incredible time. That's what I'll say. And I know there's so many more, and they're only gonna get more interesting. Like, the cases so far have been weird, but I would say kind of down to earth, right? They're still a little bit more grounded. Ridiculous, but grounded. I can't wait for them to get extreme, because I think they're going to get very extreme. See, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9, the serial killer case? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove added to the court record. Okay, what's this? Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all those pieces. Just wait until you did the Japanese one. Ooh. Interesting, the Japanese one. Is that in any of the next games? See, Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? Because this is like the trilogy. I'm not doing the next one next. I have another game next, and then the second game will be after that. So I'm slowly starting to make my way through this first trilogy. There you go again. Make a hooligan. There's apparently from the case. The case. The SL9 Instant House. See the sticker on one of the pieces? Another piece of SL9 evidence. Take a closer look. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it together? Ah, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Well, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had given up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest of it in place. They definitely ramp up the silly. It's the ancestor of. Oh, the Chronicles one, right? The Chronicle Detective one. Oh, I'm really excited about that one. That looks like it's gonna be really fun because it's gonna be so different. The Great Ace. Yes! Ooh, I'm very excited about that one. I think it's gonna be so good. Nice. Nice. Okay, so it's definitely some sort of vase. Oops. This one. Ooh, there we go. Next, it's a really sharp piece. No. I have it on Switch, I just got stuck. Yeah, I'm very excited that they put so many of these games on Switch that I get a chance to play them now. That's so exciting. Again, I don't think all of them are on Switch, but I think a lot of them are on Switch. Ooh. Is there a piece missing? Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far in 2 minutes myself. Problem is finishing it. What are some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still... Huh. Yeah, the part where it got smashed is broken. I wonder what that could have been. It doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. We're probably going to, like, turn it. Look, this one's open and the red and care light above the door is lit. You hate this case? This case is definitely involved, I'll say. I'll need to replay this game. It's very involved. The previous one was really hard and annoying. I like the Edgeworth stuff in it, but dealing with Van Karma sucked. He's such an asshole. But this one is just very involved. It's mindfuckery, very involved. I think I really liked the second case with Mia and the third case in general, in terms of actual casemanship. But then the fourth case for the narrative. Like, dealing with Van Karma sucked, but the narrative was the best. The locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it's part of a crime scene. Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. Isn't there like an override? It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. You would assume the guard station would have an override, but I guess he wouldn't know how to use it, right? Put these pieces together, it makes a jar. There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? I wonder why it broke. I'll make sure to remember the next time I make a jar. Can we turn this around? Yeah, interesting. I was trying to turn it around to see if it looked better someplace else, but it's hard to say without the full picture. Slide. Huh. I think that's all we can look at here. Trophy? Maybe? But how would it stand? Or maybe it's on a stand? Let's go to the Criminal Affairs Department. He's gone! Okay, I thought I could talk to him. I wanted to show someone the list. No, this isn't it. Is that a Chief Prosecutor trophy? Well, this is the current Chief Prosecutor trophy. This is just an ugly jar. Let's go to the detention center, maybe? Let's see, what's his number? Present. Could you take a look at this? I'm sorry, sir. I really don't have an idea what this is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth. He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. Special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Alright, let's see. Present. Okay, so nothing. I'm just trying to see if he has anything for me before I leave. Okay, I don't think so. He won't listen. Yeah, he's got nothing for me. Let's go to... Can we not go to Edgeworth's? There we go. Oh, High Prosecutor's Office. Finally back to Edgy. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. And I'm sure it'll be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing some important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. Isn't he in the inquiry committee? Yeah, no, I know. That's why I was just checking multiple things, because sometimes things hit, but sometimes they don't. You kind of just have to check everything sometimes if you're not sure what to do. That's the only thing I really learned in this game. I guess we'll have to come back. Can we show her the list? Because she used to work there. Would she know anything? No, she doesn't know anything. Okay, what about... SL9 evidence? No. I mean, she knows stuff, but about the new stuff we have. No. Dang it, okay, that's fine. And there's nothing changed about his office that we can look at, so let's... Maybe we can present some evidence to... This is where I want to go. We can present some evidence to... Not you. I feel like we're not done in here, then. There's gotta be something else in here that we need. Just can't open the lockers so your fingerprints don't match. If you can't open it, they'll give you 50 cents. And if the police department lacks faith in its lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. But at the same time, he was found dead at over the prosecutor's office. See, this is where I get stuck sometimes. Maybe we go talk to him? Okay, no, this is nothing. We need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. SL9, no. Someone's gotta have something to move me forward. I wonder how we trigger Edgeworth to come back. I feel like I do. And there's not anything else here that we can interact with. But who do we talk to get Edgeworth to appear? Guard station. That's what I'm figuring. I need to figure out what the right piece is, though. Because we showed him all of this. Check this. No. Okay, so yeah, that's nothing. This just shows where the pool of blood is. Okay, we've shown him all of this. We've shown him all of this. The floor plans, ID cards. Luminol, maybe the floor plan? I don't think it'd be the floor plan, though. No. You know what? I have an idea. We'll try this. Because I think this should help. What do we do? Two places simultaneously. You're being very helpful. Any ideas? Let's see if she said anything. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I know we're going through a very tough time with all those rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. Part 2. I think I'm at the end of the second day, so we have maybe a third day and maybe a fourth day if it goes to 4 days. Let's see. Save. Yeah, we're on day 2. We're on day 2 after the trial during the investigation. So day 2 investigation. There's got to be another piece of evidence I'm missing. I just don't know how, or maybe there's not a piece of evidence. I thought I could bring this and show somebody, but there's nothing I can do here because the guy's gone. Grant's gone, which is really frustrating. Yes. Right, it's like... Slide, there we go. Yes, you can make a suggestion. I know I'm just missing something, like showing a piece of evidence to somebody, and I'm not sure where I'm lost. That's where this game gets a little bit frustrating, because sometimes the direction's a little bit hard. Open court record. So we showed him this. Do we... Okay, the vase. Got it. We have to examine we have to examine the vase, don't we? Is that it? Hey, look, there's a hard to make out, but there's some dark reds. You have to examine the vase, don't you? Looks like blood. Do you think Detective Good's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Not likely. So it looks like it's been there for months, maybe longer. The jar was evidence in an SL9 incident. That might be where the blood got on it. Anything else we check out? This part? Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Spray it. Better yet. What's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? Can we spray it? What's the purpose of a bottomless jar? Is it not a jar then? Is that the point? Can we spray it? We can zoom in. We can zoom out. Piece is missing. Can we check the glove maybe? Maybe we gotta check the glove. Tag says SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing, huh? What's so confusing about it? You know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag. Zag? Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What are we playing a word game now? See, I'm not used to examining evidence either, because the other trials, the other stuff didn't have that. We couldn't do anything. Well, yeah, that's a door. Did we not zero in on the fingerprint either? I knew it! This is someone's right handprint. What? There we go. What's the matter, detective? That locker, it's mine! It's yours? Please! You have to help me! When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly! You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot down in the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Please believe me. You can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. There we go. Okay, so the floor plans. Now we have 2 bloodstains. Okay, blood. We sprayed with the spray. Do we present it? Go back to the cowboy. Okay. This case is a little bit confusing. Present. Present. Can we see the tape? Can we see the tape? You sure have a lot of monitors in here. There's 8 cameras in the evidence room at all. For each one section, what monitor shows the section where the crime took place? Why do you ask? Why do cows come before the rain comes in? It's not a man for to know. Unless you're the security guard responsible. Can we not see the video? Oops. I didn't mean to ask him about the hat. Okay. I'm pretty sure I presented this to him. Right, it says Miles Edgeworth. Yeah, okay, that's nothing. Or at least he's not gonna tell me. Floor plans? I think, yeah, we did the floor plans. An ID badge that I have that we didn't show him. I could show mine! He didn't like that. See this? This is the victim's ID. His one was on the ground in the parking lot. Number on is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us the ID record again. Yeah, we got that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we know. I wonder what Meekins is. Maybe I should show this list to other people here with IDs, which I did do. I think we showed him this as well. Extremely thin rubber glove. That's why I wanted to go to show it to, what's his face? Grant? I want to see what he would say, but he didn't really give me much. Because he was gone. I go to 2102. Oops, wrong way. Yeah, because Edgeworth was gone. Maybe now that I have the handprint... I hope maybe now that I have the handprint, he'll be there. Oh yeah, no, we have to go to underground parking lot, and then... examine his shit, maybe? Because we already examined it. Can we... It's so quiet. See, that's what I was trying to figure out what I needed to hit to get Edgeworth to come out. And I wasn't sure. I thought it might have something to do with Gumshoe, but... No, definitely not fiance. We've already done all this, so I'm not sure. Move. And we already showed her some of this stuff, and she didn't say anything. We're back to the detention center. I want to talk to him. I want to know what his ID is. We can't examine him, though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did. And we presented all this. I could try again, but... Yeah, see, I wanted to ask Grant, but Grant's gone. See why people say this level takes so long. Yeah, this one's a little bit brutal. We'll try this. Edward was the most surprised of anyone. SL9 connection, big case. Yeah, we already talked about this. And we showed him the other SL9 stuff, but he got pissed off. I can see why. Holy shit, dude. Bro, I don't know what they want me to do. I don't mean to seem like insane or anything, but I don't know what they want from me here. I feel like I've checked everything. There's nothing to check. Look. Maybe the 2? No? We got the handprint. We sprayed with luminol. Spray somewhere else? More spraying? I don't know. It's gonna go crazy. Oh, you're supposed to do more! Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch a spot if you fled the door. This might just be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? I'd like to get some too. Just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it from mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. Hey, pal, look at the time. There's something you need to go to? Just that Mr. Edwards' inquiry committee should be letting out to! There we go! I'm going to go give them my report for the day. It might help, you know, report. You mean on the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you have got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal, later. Holy moly! I probably see what Edgeworth has to say too. This will take 10 to 12 hours just from trying to figure out what you have to do. Holy... Like, my goodness! There. We made it. My guest... Oh, gosh. Oh, it's you! Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave so long. Is Edgeworth here too? They're standing by the window, a cup of tea in his hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently a new French restaurant is opening nearby. I think he was trying to console me somehow. And the real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. No one flips over pieces of paper, do they? Poor Mr. Edgeworth, I think the whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time again. Again. I hear them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Tomorrow's trial. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police Grant. I can do nothing but wait for his recruits. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of, but still, well, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Okay, present. Right, please. I am the prosecutor in this case. Don't expect me to discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. Okay, so this is a no. The best evidence, this evidence. Once you get done with talking to him, it'll be the court time. Yes, I need court time. Alright, I better check this now. As I was saying, what's this? A record of the ID card usage? Edrith, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. You show me your badge? I think so? Maybe not recently. Why, Mr. Edrith? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go, by Chief Grant, no less. The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for the case that wrapped up half a year ago. Wait, that's the Mia murder. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. Chief has never wanted to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. A116? Interesting. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Okay, no new talking points. Okay, so none of this. Let's see. It all has to do with the case you were on, the SL9 incident, Switchblade, and some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You're the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. He must be talking about his father's murder in the elevator. Also, I had a thought about the elevator thing. Okay. So, he shot the door. Wouldn't the bailiff have had a flashlight, be able to see that, oh, look, if you're able to open the elevators, if there's a window, that means it's a through and through. They could have just shot the window sooner. They could have just broken the window to get air sooner. They would have been able to figure that out. They work there. They know how the elevators work. Why didn't they try? Why were two grown adult men so fucking stupid they couldn't get air into their elevator? Holy shit. The elevator was at a point where it went through the arm of Van Karma. They could have just used the fucking flashlight to check that. Like, oh, there's a window. Maybe we landed in a place where we could open the elevator by shooting it or something. Holy shit. Two adult men, I'm telling you. Why didn't you tell me the truth about it? Yes, on that incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time. I mean, I'm just saying, for the narrative to work, they could have tried that. I'm just saying. For where it was, it's not like, oh, everything turned on, the elevator came down and I opened the door. No. Van Karma specifically said he opened the door from getting shot and then picked up the gun and killed Edward's dad. Nothing about the power coming back on. Maybe at the last second, but he still opened, the elevators didn't open themselves, he opened them. I'm just saying, little inconsistent. Damon Grant, that wacky old coup was involved in the case 2 years ago again, too. He was a top officer and it was the first time working with him. I was nervous. You get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. No, but they were in there for 5 hours. They had 5 hours to figure that out. They didn't go unconscious immediately in the elevator. They were running out of air, but they would have had, a bailiff would have had a flashlight on his personal kit. That's something a bailiff in court has. He would have had, I'm just saying, he would have had a flashlight. Like, all court bailiffs like that carry around stuff like that. I mean, hey, maybe he's a shit bailiff, and maybe he deserved to be fired if he didn't have it on him. So you're dealing with a vicious murder. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't. Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science. Huh? Yes, of course. Janie! Oh, hi, Janie. Okay, you're gonna have to move. There you go. Let's see. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Okay, but it was also 2001. One of those people would have had a cell phone. I'm just saying, it just feels very inconsistent. Like, the bailiff almost definitely would have had a cell phone, or a flashlight. One of them would have had a cell phone, something. Right? Like, there's no way none of them had any sort of light, or they would have known the layout of the building. It's just, it was really frustrating, I'll say that. Well then, you might have use for this. A fingerprinting set! Limited powder for taking fingerprints. So, yeah, it is called Game Logic. I just wish they would use it a little bit more. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigations. Do as you will. Look at that little smirk. Edgeworth, no need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprinting files for everyone involved. Thanks! How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Let's go. No. Okay, guard station, and then evidence room. Everyone's gone! Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. 2 suspicious handprints. Here in this blood in the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. No? Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a different imprint. Let's choose a finger that will leave behind the best print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Stop procrastinating and choose a finger. Can I not just that? Oh. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eye. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder all around. Huh? How do we do that? You have to have like a really light touch because you can destroy the fingerprint. With the A button, see? Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With the X button. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. Wow. It looks like fun. I might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the base of fingerprinting Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. Ooh. Ah, you did it! You found one, but this looks like nothing like a fingerprint because it's a glove! Now that you mention, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell him you've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes with these scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locked door again closely. Ooh. Seems like there are other fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Finding fingerprints outside the blood. Hey, there we go. That's looking better. Ooh. Maybe it needs a little bit more. I don't know, maybe this side? Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling! Dazzling? Anyway, this print looks took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Watch this Detective Gumshoes, because this is his locker. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth. And point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it is? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprint are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprint would most likely find on this evidence locker? Gumshoe? Compare. Yep. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe because it's his locker. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we come up with something, nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. I know where it is. In the locker that was recently open. You know, Gumshoe didn't say whose this was. I guess he doesn't know. So we got a fluid reaction, right? Right! There's a handprint left here. Okay. Want to try using this? There go her sparkling eyes again. Check for prints? Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We'll only end up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in the area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability or hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints on the other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Bro, it's so red I can't see shit. Wait, I saw it react. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. This looks like the same spot. No, yeah, that is the same spot. Wait, can we... Oh, I was hoping we could maybe match this. What about this one? This one looks different. Oh, that is different! Ooh, that's a lot more precise. We're gonna run out of this aluminum powder real quick here. Ooh. Now, that looks like a match to me. Oh, sick! We got his fingerprints! Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. He works here. It's a detective different from this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. And he wears gloves, at least around his hands, so you might not be able to see if he's got a cut. But why would Officer Marshall... It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you would call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. I mean, would this be admissible in court? I don't think so. This doesn't look admissible at all. Yeah, we're gonna save that. Okay, Feb 24, 9:41 a.m. Okay, so what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they don't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspected. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. Ooh, a plea bargain? What do you mean by that? They agree that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't see capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana! Don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye? We found trace evidence of certain person at the police department's evidence room. They may belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? Thank you. I might need help, because this case has been a lot more involved and confusing. I think the hardest one, other than this, was Von Karma, but that's mostly because Von Karma is annoying to prosecute against or defend against. He's kind of an asshole, so it was just harder for that reason, not really that the case itself was difficult. See, we have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do you have to do it, Mr. Do we have to do, Mr. Wright? These are tired pups. And Mr. Kitty! Oh, Mr. Kitty! Hi, Mr. Kitty. Let's see. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain in both places at the same time. So that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edwards' car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I'll present evidence relating to the murder in the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admittable trait? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edward, you may call your first witness on the day of on that day to the stand. For the first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred in the police department. Meekins? The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Meekins. Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. And we have so much evidence. Holy shit, man. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again. Sir, you've got to believe me, sir. Actually, oh, sir. I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. First whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edwards, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of the generation that would be told what to do, sir. We can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Crime report. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. Fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. The big detective Goodman attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see that you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir, you knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well, the defense to get his cross-examination. What I need to hear is more info to work with. Let's see, hold it. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which means many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. Hey, yo! How's it going? We're trying to solve murders here. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. You came in at an interesting time. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. Allegedly, yes, allegedly. That was my sole mission for that day, sir. I think you're further than me in this game. Yeah, I'm on the last case. Oh, thank you for the follow, Shadow Skulls. Yeah, we're gonna be slowly working our way through all of them. I have them like every other game or like every few games, so I don't do these all back to back. Because all these back-to-back would be brutal, but I am going to be playing them over time. As many are on the Switch as possible, at least. See? Sounds like a very, important mission. Not yet. I'm trying to just see what they have to say so far. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around. Only on, like, chapter 4. Oh, okay, chapter 4. So that's the Edwards case. Oh, my bad. The game has been so unique and one of a kind. It really is. I can see why this spawned such a cult classic series. And stuck as always. Yeah, this game gets you really stuck. They just kind of made their own whole different thing with this game. They did! I mean, this must have been so crazy for the market on a GBA. Like, just insane. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the blue badges to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? They even did an anime. I heard about the movie. I didn't hear about the anime. Interesting. So they got an anime and a live-action movie. In order to enter the evidence room, you need the ID card. Am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. Oh, it's good. I'll have to check it out. So then your ID number should be listed here, right? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. 4989596. That's my number, sir. Okay, so he's the one that went in twice. But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. One's for the blue badger, one's for the murder. It's really no mystery, sir. First time was when I relocated the blue badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down. So then who's all those sevens? I see, so it was during the second time then. Yes, sir, that's when I spotted the man on the security screen. Okay. I feel like most of the random Phantom Soul ships, Phoenix and Edwards, me included. Yes, me included. Oh my gosh, the way they talk to each other in the fourth trial, where Edwards was so dramatic and moody, and he's like, oh, Phoenix, I didn't want you to see me like this. Me here, at my lowest, because I'm a murder sus. Right? Like, the language they used felt so intimate. My goodness. Right, though? So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife! Hey, no, I am right. I am right! I can't wait to see their relationship blossom over the years. They need to give me the next Phoenix Wright game, and I need them to kiss. And then that's the game. That's the last one! I'm so correct. Did you good and pull the knife on you? What happened then? Well, with him charging in on me, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's what I reacted, sir. I saw my arms like an octopus struggling to detain him. Okay. So, like, that's how I got this gash on my hand. No, I think he touched the locker and it shocked him. Maybe you just kept your cool with your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. Fought for my life, and then I did it. I just want to mostly lurk on my stream as I play FF7 Rebirth. Hey, you know what? That's totally fair. That's one of the games that you help remind me. I need to move the Miles Investigation games upward, but then I also need to switch Rebirth and Reunion. I want to do Reunion after Rebirth now. That's what the other thing I wanted to do. I was like, oh, there was like one other games that I wanted to switch. Like, I had to do a little bit of shuffling, and that was the shuffling I had to do. I could not remember it. I'm doing all the most annoying internal parts now. I've only played the remake. I haven't played the other ones yet. That's why I gotta get on those. They're somewhere on my list. But I like the remake. It was really clean. But I've never played 7. That's like one of the Final Fantasies I haven't gotten to. I've got George Newman on the OGVA for Sephiroth and Steve Bloom as Vincent. I haven't gotten to Vincent yet. I have seen Sephiroth. I will say the Sephiroth parts in remake were at least really fun. What exactly did you mean when you say you didn't? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. He must have been desperate. Next thing I knew, this white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in my face, sir. After that, I passed out. Okay, let's see. Press. But what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke him up, It was about 5:30. Okay. Hit me right before right on the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. Matt Mercer, no offense, is a horrible Vincent. I don't mind Matt Mercer as a VA, but there's some stuff where it's like, wow, you know, maybe it could have done someone a little bit different. Same thing with Majima and Pirates. Matt Mercer isn't a bad Majima. I just think there could have been a better Majima. But maybe I'm just biased. Yes, Your Honor, only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell, sir. Chief Grant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief delivered it? What is it? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. Contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. You made him Leon. Yeah, because Matt Mercer was Leon in 6, right? Oh, gosh. I always get it confused. I think it was Leon in 6. And Leon in 6 as Matt Mercer kind of worked. That was fine for me. But as Majima? I don't know, man. I don't know. The chocobos are cute. Yeah, well, at least the chocobos are cute. I'm going to be really excited to see them. Because they look really good in a lot of the games. But I think they just keep getting better. They keep getting fluffier and softer looking. Let's see what. But I specifically asked if there was such a tape and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do as I'm told, sir. it's the only good thing I'm really good at. He's Leon in general. Oh, he's Leon in general. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Leon is good for being Leon, but I don't know if he's good for being Vincent. I don't really know Vincent too well. I'll have to compare the voices. I'll have to, like, look up the Steve Bloom voice and compare it when I get to 7, or 7 Rebirth, I mean. So it looks like the communication with the police department is as good as ever. Hold on, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder? Just what are we getting ourselves into? And again, we don't see the face. We see no face. Just like the other picture. Still no face. The glove falls out. I think he was, but I don't remember who. Goes there to see a suspicious man. He slashed at him. But we don't get to see the rest? Yusuke? Gosh, I don't remember him as Yusuke at all. My goodness. But where's the body? That just shows him passed out. Hi, Sausage. That was a big yawn. That was a real big yawn. Can you kiss? No. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? Hey, Sausage, where are you going? Oh, the sausage is leaving. Oh, that's a big stretch, Sausage. So long. What the hell was all that wiggling piece of plywood? That was the Blue Badger, sir! That's a pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. How am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Let's see. Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone. In the evidence room, okay. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Bro, holy shit, there is so much evidence in this game. Or in this episode. Like, wait, no. Just really look. Holy shit. We're on page 3 of evidence. It has never gotten this far. Oh my gosh. I can see why this one's gonna take forever. I don't know if I'll be able to finish this tonight. This might go well into tomorrow with the second or the last trial. What if it goes on to a 4th day because it's just inconclusive? His face can't be clearly seen on the video, but there's no question that the other man was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints, too. Okay, he could have taken the fingerprint, so it must have been him, and no one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Holy. Okay, wait. Before I get too far, I gotta save. I want to be sure. I have to be sure. Okay. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? The face of the man who attacked you with a knife. Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter, not seen? The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you're the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh, yes, sir. But I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when they're talking to them, you see. Yeah, that's a good trait for the police officer. Well, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it. How is there no question? But you don't know it for sure, do you? And I think the guy had an earring. Detective Goodman doesn't have an earring. I never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins! Eek! Having been shown a questionable video at best, you're not in the best of moods. You know, I will say fair. I do like that they claim the video is questionable. Like, oh, it's not great. Because it's not. Please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the man who brandished a knife at you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you were positive it was him. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints. Wait, oh! Interesting. If you look at the video, if you look at the videotape, at the very first locker where we found the handprint of, or we found the fingerprint of, Marshall, the little white thing is not sticking out that we see. At the start of the video, it's not there. At the end of the video, it is. See, it's not there. Interesting. So, at the time the camera moved and went back, the evidence had been taken out. Did Marshall do it? Okay, so see, again, it's not there. Is he wearing gloves? If he's wearing gloves, he might have been able to take the fingerprint, right? Because you can take other people's fingerprints if you have a copy of it. Again, still not there. He slashes at him. There's blood on the coat. His blood. Again, still not there. I'm just saying. Dang, I thought I saw this guy have an earring. I wanted to check if Marshall... And now it's out! I want to check if Marshall had an earring, but I can't. About the lockers, is there no other way to open them? I mean, someone who works in the security office wouldn't know another way to open them. I'm just saying. No, sir, I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to the registered fingerprints, doesn't that mean that he could just register his own fingerprint and open it? He must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir, and this too. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. No? People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir, they keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. Hey, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. I don't know the case yet. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. Okay, at least we verified. I verified that information through a more reliable source. The victim opened locker with his own fingerprint. Let's see. No one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir, please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. Footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security footage? Of course there's a problem. I'll figure it out later. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? Contradiction leads to a possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us the alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Okay, again, it's gotta be the locker. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I point out the problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Oh, nice! Take a good look to be sure and point out the thing. Please don't play it 20 times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. There is a contradiction that indicates the man may not have been Goodman. Fast forward. Keep it going. See, right? It looks like he's almost got an earring, but that might just be a shadow. This stupid thing! Holy shit, where'd he go? I bet he snuck under the camera because someone who knows the camera. Wait, no, no, oh, dang it. He probably crawled on his hands and knees to get out, and then got the last piece of evidence he needed. But where did the tip of the knife go? Yes. The thing that's strange about the video has got to be this. Yes, it is strange. Certainly something seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What are you looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh, yeah. Phew. I almost walked right into the defense's trap. Oh, dang it. Replay the video again. Oh my gosh. That's how they get you, is like they're really nitty gritty. How could it not be Goodman? If that's Goodman's locker. Is it because he's wearing a... I can't see the glove. But the glove doesn't mean anything. Well, not this glove, maybe. I'm gonna try to present the earring. Let's see. Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Before you get your eyes, perhaps you think this through. Now what do I do? Play the video game. Okay, it's not the fact that he looks like he's wearing an earring. Because, like, we have Goodman's photos, like, oh, maybe we could prove that it's not him with the photo that we have. I do, but I'm trying to figure it out myself. I haven't had to look up anything yet. I know, hey. I'm sorry, I'm very dumb. I'm really just trying to think it through. I'm sorry. Because, yeah, we see his face clearly. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's someone who knows exactly where the camera angles are. Oh, is it the knife that was used? Wait, I know, you gotta give me a sec to figure it out. There's a lot of options here. Present. Dang it. Because that looks like Marshall's knife. It doesn't look like the switchblade. It's a separate knife. I hated the video parts. Yeah, this is not fun. There's a lot of stuff that I feel like I'm noticing that's like, oh, how could this not be Detective Goodman? I guess... I don't know what they're looking for, you know what I mean? I'm trying to figure out what they're looking for specifically and why. I want to see what they say about the glove. Hey, I'm sorry, I don't know the case. No. I want to see what they said about it, which was, again, the same thing. First, yeah, another thing with the video. They didn't like me pointing out the glove. Watch at the end. There's a center one, apologize, it's kind of like this. Okay, there he goes with the knife. Look like paper that fell? That's a glove when he first opens it. It's a glove, the one that we found at the scene. Okay, there's... wait. Oh my gosh. Okay, there he goes. Back again. Cause see, that's the glove that we found in the scene. I tried that, but it didn't work. Yeah, there's a few things I, like, again, the door, maybe I have to do the door instead of the little piece of cloth? Because I still think it's the door being open, but I hit the cloth instead of the door. Stop. stop at which part? Because there goes the glove. Maybe I need to have, like, a better look at the glove? I'm not sure. Because what would indicate this? Because I think it's the fact that someone else can open it. Here? Is it? Rewind it before it opens. Is it the fact that... Wait, there's a light on his locker? Yeah, there's not a light on anything else. Does that mean it's already open? Why does he get a light? That's another good question. We try the light? Because that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. I mean, I noticed the light in my head, and I didn't really think much of it because... I don't know. Because I was so focused on the other thing. As I understand, the locker apparatus looks like this. When you grab the handle, sensor reads your fingerprint if it's a match. Light turns on and the locker is released. According to my limited experience, this is the way I understand it, sir. Oh, I see, because it's like, oh, why was the locker already open? Again, it's someone who works there and the... I see multiple points. Again, see, I just don't know how to get those last little bit connections sometimes. Because it's like, they want you to get something really specific. But it's like, I see multiple points where it couldn't be him. But the game wants something very specific. Yeah, the video parts aren't fun. And something is seriously wrong with this picture. Oh my gosh, get me out of this. I don't want to keep seeing this video. Please. Skip. This case is annoying. This case is probably the most annoying so far. The victim reaches for the handle to open the locker. Let's rewind a little bit earlier. No, stop! Here, notice the light. What's this? It's already lit. Okay, there we go. Fuck this puzzle! Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker's already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Oh! I know, they're mean. Hey, they got the camera to move, they got 3D body models, they're gonna fucking use them. What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. This is the most complicated shot in the whole game, and they want to make sure it's seen. Locker was unlocked on the day of the crime. The locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert at this. It's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouth shut. So that it's right. Do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wouldn't the locker be locked? Me, Your Honor? Because someone opened it! First try, baby! Now, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Maybe something like it jammed the system's sensor? Something jammed the sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Thank you! I had so many points that are out of place! Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. Locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause. I have to point out the cause? Dude, why? Wait, point out the cause? I mean, again, I still think it's because he opened it beforehand. What would jam the sensor? Hey, I mean, I'm sorry. I've never played this game before. I don't know. This is my first time doing this puzzle. I don't know. That's all there is to it. Oh, wait. Could it be... Oh, no, that's a bug sweeper. Yes, it's very burning. Let's see, only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp indicates when it's open. I don't think it'd be anything over here. Rewind. It wouldn't be him, because he'd be jamming everything else, too. How would the sensor be jammed? This handprint on here is still bugging me, too. I need to be out of this part so badly. I need to be away from this part. This is the glove that was left at the scene. What is that? I wanted to see what it said if I did that. Point to the cause. You know what? Fuck it. Take that. Let me guess this. No. Wait, do we have to do it when it's holding its arm out, maybe? But then, why would it not be affecting the others ones? That's what I don't get. Oops, I hit the wrong button. That one I didn't mean to do. Wait. Are you No, fast forward. This case makes no sense. I feel crazy. I don't think it'd be anything on him because the lights are on before he gets in there. Yeah, we did the light. It wouldn't be the glove, would it? Because it's just a rubber glove? That wouldn't be affecting it. Is it something on the flag? No, I'm trying to see if there's anything, like, on the walls. Because why would it be a light? Because the lights are over other places. I'm just trying to logic my way through this a little bit, because some of this doesn't make any sense. This is too fast. I'm sorry! Right, I thought it was something on his hat, because it looked kind of, washed out. Also, is that- yes, it is a damn fishing- you know what? It's my man's gumshoes fishing pole. Excuse you. Use it a crime? Yeah, the crime of not being able to catch any fish. It's because it's pointing at it. I'm just gonna go for it. Hey, at least I'm not getting punished for it in court. See, that's what's so crazy, like, that maybe it seems obvious, but the game does not make it obvious. No, I have not figured it out. It doesn't make any sense to me. Well, no, I'm just saying to me it doesn't make any sense from what I'm seeing. That's all I mean. Like, once you know the answer, I'm sure it makes sense. Is there something stuck in the lock? Because it doesn't look like there's anything locked to me, and then it was already on. Is it because the glove's sticking out? But then the other thing would be open because that thing would be sticking out too. But the light was on. Is it the glove this time? I'm just saying, it feels inconsistent. Cause like, why though? That's what I'm saying. Cause it didn't cause that to the other time. Oh my gosh. Cause there's stuff sticking out, but that doesn't mean the light is on. That's what I'm saying about inconsistent. That's what I mean. But then the glove seems inconsistent. That's just where I'm logicking it through, which doesn't make any sense. I'm just going on information I have. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall open when doors are opened. I often fall... We can't be sure the item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What this thing was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Ah, inserted. But then, wouldn't that cause the lock to be a problem everywhere else? Then the seal wouldn't be perfect. Just theoretically. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. I understand now, sir. Just like my tie. 2 out of the 3 times I get stuck in the door when I get out of the patrol vehicle, sir. With the door closing, the tie was stuck. But the object would have been extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be insulator. Yes, an insulator. Well, if it's rubber, it would be. But at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator do you mean, I think I finally got this figured out, because it's rubber. The defense will please present the relevant evidence. I have to watch the movie now. I feel like the movie would be less painful. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. We can't be sure that this was the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that wasn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, I wonder if that was planned or if that was an accident. If it was planned, why was the locker kept open? And for how long? Wouldn't the video indicate when that was done? Like, when was the last time you opened up the locker to have that happen? Order, order, order! Right, so many questions now. So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Because who would want into the locker to set that up? And if you were setting it up, wouldn't you just do what you had to do at the first point? Do not mislead, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. I don't want to do the videotape anymore. That was awful. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. Mystery Man 2? Oh, gosh. There's one other thing that proves that man was Detective Goodman, sir. When you enter the evidence room, one must have their ID card. When the ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card. ID card, I see. I have the ID card record right here, sir. But who's the first one? The ID card used at 4:15 is that of the victim. Or 5:15, my bad. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why are there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? You shouldn't leave violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. Okay, we're just gonna press out everything to see what he says. So unlike your early testimony, you believe this to be a rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand was wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last seconds. Enter the evidence room. One must have used their ID card. Is that card hanging from your neck one of the ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it there so I won't forget it, sir. What if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said out 2 or 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of a car? Well, the remaining time, it's my ID card that gets stuck! So the door closing, my ID card gets stuck inside. Maybe I should have just leave this one alone. Anyway, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Okay, but you only have one car, but if you get lost, Gum Shorty says it gets replaced a lot. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness is referring to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not the prosecutor again. Mommy, is that man in blue? Shh, don't stare at him. You've got it the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak to you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let's continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. How about this ID card testimony is it's far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. Wait, I want to press on this too. Earlier, I believe he testified that you asked the man to show his ID card. He pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir, he didn't show me his ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked? Okay. Let's see. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card. Okay, so it's none of this. Floor plans. No, no, no. Okay, wait. Save. I think it's because we found the ID card. But if he got in, how did he get in? Let me double check this one. He pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't have been any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked? Everything stems from... Okay. I guess if he had his ID card, he would have shown it. Is the card hanging? Okay, wait, no, not this again. And if everyone always has... Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to figure out which one seems the most likely. Found at the prosecutor's office. Time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card. Let's try 4 with the card, because it was found at the prosecutor's office. Objection! Yes. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report. It's only half completed. It shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. Man Officer Meekins' encounter at the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Right? They're setting up Goodman here with the ID card. And then I do think it's Marshall. So Marshall is here, and then what's-her-face was at the prosecutor's office, Angel Starr, probably to set up Lana Skye to go to prison, because they hate her. And then to fuck over Edgeworth, too. It's 2 birds, 1 stone. They're in on it together. Order, order, order! Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say in the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are 2 grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes, what's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in the video is a fake, then the murder the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instance of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, well. Seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in the video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant! Ah, shit! The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Kind of proved her own case a little bit there, just for now. I knew the testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many unanswered questions. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object. Objection. Always object. Buy time. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Oh my god, I hate this. I hate this with every fiber of my being. I don't want to see this video again. I don't want to see that fucker's face again. I don't want to look at it. Stop! However, it cannot be said that this is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, a large amount of blood traces found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of this matter. As Mr. Edgeworth, yes, Your Honor. This court were to examine this further. Other witnesses will be necessary. Is prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand! Mr. Wright, do you mean, Your Honor? Defense would like to require a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. Prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edwards know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. Prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take 30 minutes recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick, and then we'll get back to this court case medleys. Oh, sweet medleys. Go back to sleep. Oh, Jeannie. Go back to sleep, Jeannie. Oh, but didn't even bother Mr. Fenris. He's a tired lad. Let's see, there's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. Seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. You can be so cold. Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? I hope you're not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Oh, poor Gumshoe. I feel so bad. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? He looks so sad. Got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run all around while on duty. On top of it, you called me here. I'm seeing happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey, hey, hey! Hey, hey, hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay, so... Have you brought what I asked? Oh! Oh ho! Oh ho! Ho 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 ho! You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name?! Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident. But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. Can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were witness in that case. Miss Sky was a witness? She was a witness! Let's see, files for the Joe Drake... Drake? It'd be dark with a weird E. Killing solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you won't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name is in here? I don't know unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, the SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police called it under 2 years ago. The rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark. No, Lana! That's over with. No! Emma, wait! She ran away. Yeah, no, what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Wait. Perpetrator Joe Dark, serial murder, sentenced death. Victims Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall? Was that like Jake Marshall's brother? Jeb Bates, Edith Kirby. Trial data. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witness... Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Executive investigators Damian Gant, Lana Sky. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damian Grant, Miles Edgeworth. Everyone's involved, not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Oh, it was your birthday 2 days ago? Happy birthday! Did you do anything fun? Did you have some good, like, food? Get some good cake? Was it an event, or did you just do, like, a low-key thing? Yeah, happy belated! That's so great! Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Better take a good look at this file. Oh my goodness. Let's save it up. I'm doing a 24-hour stream. Oh, really? Gosh, 24-hour stream. That's gonna be brutal. Do you have any plans on what you're gonna do for the stream? Is it games, or is it gonna like, oh, you're gonna like do a cooking show? Is it just whatever? Goodness. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Yeah, with sleep between. With sleep between. Wow, that's gonna be. Okay, games with sleep between. Wow, good for you. I definitely don't have the stamina for that. I applaud you for doing that, though. Good for you. Right, Jeannie? Right, Jeannie? Is that gonna be soon? Yes. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of the guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Yeah, you'll have to let me know. I'll try to stop in. Witness, please state your name and occupation. I can't be there for all 24 hours, but I can at least be there for a portion as soon as I get home. Oh, you're not at home? On like what day? Is it like today? Or is it like, oh, tomorrow? Me, partner, oh, I'm just a man, same as you, on the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly across the intersection when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. Again, drinking in court. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind and call it out. Today when you get home from work. So wait, you're not even gonna take a nap? You're gonna get home from work and start immediately? Oh man, good luck. That's some dedication. Respectfully. That is some massive dedication. Good for you. Let's see. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind. I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. What's the first game that you plan on doing? Or do you plan on doing like, oh, we're gonna have some dinner, and then we're gonna... Oh, no, I'll just start checking it in, yeah. We gotta, I just didn't know if it was tomorrow specifically. There we go. No, you're good. I should see the message pop up with the stream notification. There we go. No, I just wasn't like, oh, you're gonna do it next week or something. I just wanted to keep an eye out for it. But if it's tomorrow, or I guess technically today now, then yeah. I'll have to stop in and see that. See, is this correct? According to the papers, partner, what do you mean? A desperado soul is as boundless as the desert sand. Alright, as soon as you get him, good to know. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony the day of the crime. In plain old English. Please no more videos. My job is to keep a wary eye on that bone orchid. They say I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. Remember the right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. Street side. You're good, drinking on the job. Phoenix Wright. Okay, so Phoenix Wright and then MW5. What an interesting setup right there. That's going from 2 very distinct sides of the spectrum. Well, that should be pretty fun then. Nice, especially with your dad. So cool. I can't remember the last video game my dad played. I think he tried, gosh, was the Spider-Man PS4 game, but that was years ago now. And then he gave me his PS4 because he wasn't needing it, so I use it as a DVD player. Come on, Nidley. Oh my gosh. Little sausage. Oh. There you go, sausage. There you go. Then SMT. Oh, Vengeance. Vengeance is great. I played SMT5 base before, and then I got Vengeance. Like, no, I gotta play Vengeance. And the Vengeance stuff is awesome. Like, it's still an SMT game, so the plot for me is at least still a little bit, like, general. But the overall additions they had were great. And I love some of the later Nahabino stuff they do. It's so good. So yeah, I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I'm missing one from Kadishtu. So you still have to fuse one of them? They were pretty fun to use. They were solid. So I can't say if you care for your beer, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I really liked using Cleopatra. She was pretty strong. And then, gosh, what was her name? The Greek, I think it was, goddess? No, Norse goddess. On very hard. Ooh, Revengeance. I've been trying to play Revengeance, but the last couple times I played it, it got bugged, so I haven't added it back to my list because I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm so pissed off. The bugs were really annoying. But I'm going to try again at some point. I have to add it to my list, but I still want to get MGS4 before I worry about that, so I got to figure out MGS4 first. See, I mean, the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, about the fingerprint-activated locks in the evidence lockers. Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weakness now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? Yeah, we have the Volume 1 edition, and now we got Delta, but, like, okay, you're just missing, and then 5 is on PS5, so at least you can play that on PS5, or on PS4, then you can play it on a PS5. But, like, all the other games are at least playable on a PS5, except Revengeance and 4, and that's really frustrating. At least as far as I've seen. See, this one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, Hill is all yours. I'm gonna just keep an eye on how exactly do you keep an eye on the evidence room? And just make sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Every time, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I erased a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy's a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So when actually you don't physically enter the evidence room. You have it on PS4? Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna have to get it on. I tried playing Revengeance on PC for myself, and it crashed horribly. It got a bug that I couldn't continue with, so I think if I want to try it on PlayStation 3, I think it is, and then I'd have to get MGS3 or MGS4 on PS3. Gosh, so many 3s and 4s. And... Anyway, yeah, PS3. I have a PS3. I've played a couple games on my PS3 so far, and I'd have to get 4 and Revengeance on PS3. I was trying to hold out and see if I can get them on PS5, but I have no idea if they're going to come at all. It's really frustrating. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? And you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? You used to be a detective, so you're used to the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. Ooh, okay, so nice. I technically don't, unfortunately, which is why I haven't added some of them to my list. Even though I do want to play them, I just don't have access to them right now. Well, in a way that would be playable, and that's very sad. Saying yet you don't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I never could tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. Since the locker handles cannot be seen, it's well known that there are some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? I think he's full of shit. What are you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunch can beat the parlor's Mongol sepia pasta. You mean to tell us, you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. Especially where Edra says, do you not want to raise this year? Just leave so I can work in the morning because fuck me, that's why. Yeah, I'm so sorry that you have to sleep and then do a 24-hour sleep. I'm gonna try to stop in and see how you're doing because that is going to be absolutely rough. But you just gotta hold on, especially if you're gonna sleep in between. I think that'll help. But have a good night, get some good rest. You got a long day ahead of you, buddy. Hopefully it'll go nice and swimmingly for you. Shh, Jada, back to sleep. Go back to sleep, Jada. Everyone needs their sleep, Jada. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner, or as I'd call it, out of evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. Thank you so much. Have a good sleep. Get some good rest. Good night to you. And good night to Medley. Also very tired. One thing seems clear. Besides being responsible for guarding the evidence room, witnesses appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. What? Apparently your superiors don't. Thank you for stopping in, Raven. Have a good night. Have a very lovely stream tomorrow. I'll see you then. Right, Medley? Medley understands. She's very smart. I know! Drinking a quart is crazy! Okay, so this is talking about the fingerprint locks. Wait, I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna try to present his fingerprint on his locker. Because... Present... Because nothing else really connects. I mean, I feel like some of this stuff we could have cleared out by now. I mean, do we really need the whole muffler thing? I get maybe. Print have been wiped. No, that's not it. Damn, okay, that's not it. If I remember right, I was at the side street saloon at the time it went down. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems. They said I was supposed to make the rounds 2 to 3 times a day. I mean, I feel like it's gotta be this one. But I don't know what they want. Objection! No, that's not it. And then they start talking about fingerprinting again, but I can't do anything about it. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. How do we contradict that, though? We don't really have much to contradict that. Does that mean... Extremely thin rubber glove, check. Maybe we'll use the rubber glove to indicate that it can be bypassed? No worries, yeah, lurking is totally cool, just hang out. as I drive myself crazy trying to figure this out. I'm gonna try the glove, because maybe that's a way to, like, oh, bypass it? That's my thought. Okay, let's... Oh, that's not it either. So we can't do anything about fingerprinting. We can't do anything about the... comparison. The fingerprint file. If I remember right, at the Cetra Saloon, my job is to keep an eye on the Wright Bone Orchard. That's nothing to contradict there. They said I was supposed to make rounds 2 or 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Again, nothing there. Besides, the room struck by 2 securities. If I remember right, I was at the Streetside Saloon at the time it went down. But can we prove that he wasn't? I guess, is that it? The only evidence I really have that proves that he might not have been there would be the handprint. Do we try that? That was it! Okay, that was it, that was it. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike me as odd that is you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And you dragged me down here. Explain yourselves, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene, or to be exact, a handprint. Listen, real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. Not by the blood, there's not. I wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the scene? The blood was wiped away, however. A luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? I like his hair. A lot of the characters here have really good hair. I love Edward's hair specifically. Seems to me, there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I think you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall, about the blood-stained fingerprints? Well, then you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. I found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happens to be the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint were completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it. The witness explanation appears valid. Wait, how does he know the murderer was wearing gloves? Well, there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. Defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy is hiding something. I could feel it. How does he know that the person was wearing gloves? Now's my chance to prove it. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happens... Okay, let's try that. The chances of that happening are 1 in a million. On the contrary, one could argue that the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1 in a million. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Because Medley's tummy is so long that you only can fit it so much. Unrelated, are they? Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other was a type of murder. He's right, although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see the homonyms have to do with this. How did you know? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, though to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found at Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that hamper. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. I can't let him squirm out of this one. Gotta find something. Something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to this crime. Edworth? Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? Hmm. They're unrelated. Left in the evidence room, the print has been wiped. We're gonna save again. Murder touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Touched the faint locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. I think it's gotta be one of these. Same place as the hand. Murder touched my locker. Crazy as it's 6:23 for me. It's 12:23, so you're 6 hours ahead. Wow. Dang, it's early for you. You're gonna go to bed soon? You must be tired too. Present. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. I'm really enjoying 7-7. Oh, you're enjoying Rebirth. I mean, hey, you know, that's fair. Sometimes you just really enjoy it and you can't stop. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained bloodstained handprint. Touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely... You know, I'm gonna try something. Objection! That's not it. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. We have to prove that they're related. Objection! No. Okay, I wanted to see if they were like, oh, well, it's because it was wiped. Why was one wiped but the other wasn't? The murder touched my locker where my fingerprint was by chance. See, I have a couple thoughts, but they don't seem to be working. Objection! No, that's not it either. I was trying to say, no, it's not by chance because of the thing that we saw. I'm trying to build my case, but it's not working. I think they are related. He said he learned that in the report. What report? How do you know that? Keep up with the reports. No prints were detected on that handprint. I gotta find something. Something that's decisive to tie Officer Marshall to the scene. One of them just happened to be in the same place as the bloodstain handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. I think it's still this one. They're completely unrelated. They're not completely unrelated. But how do I prove it? One of the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp shows when it's lit up. No. Present. There's no way to show that the murderer was wearing gloves, but he would have to. he would have to take off his glove to get into his locker. He would know.
Objection!
Bro, what the f- I know how I want to tie him to the crime, but I don't know how the game wants me to tie him to the crime. The bloodstain and the finger are completely unrelated. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely I keep trying to use the video, but they won't let me do that.
Objection!
Try the map, maybe? No, not the map. And they won't let me use evidence in... Okay, let me press it again. Let me see what he says. Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right, although they seem like they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Wait, cereal and cereal? Okay, I was just gonna see if that did anything. It doesn't. I'm driving myself crazy. I feel like I've checked so many things. Cover fingerprints from handprints for comparison with a fingerprint file. By chance. What about by chance? Doing things straight apart. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with my fingerprint. You wanna know why? Yeah, it's not- okay, it's either this or this. I feel like it's gotta be the unrelated thing, but I've tried so many things. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. I think that's where they want me to tie it to. But... Wait, did he hide the other piece of the vase in there? Is that what it is? Tagged evidence stabbing.
Objection!
I'm going crazy. I don't know how they want to prove this.
Objection!
No. I hate this puzzle. The other puzzles were fine. The other puzzles were so much more fun. Like, yeah, I'd have to, like, save scum a little bit to try to figure it out. But not like this, man. Not like this. Didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do I prove that they're related? As I bashed my head into a wall. The bloodstain and the fingerprint. I already tried the tape. Murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? The murderer was wearing gloves. What piece of evidence do they want me to present? Do I do the luminol spray? Because it was white? Why would it be white? Unrelated. Like cereal. Yeah, because they I think it's something about this, because they get quiet. Kind of like cereal and cereal. Breakfast and murder. Again, it's gotta be something to do with the, this one. But what? Maybe because the print had been wiped. I already tried this. But that's not a contradiction. Maybe the luminol spray? I hate this one so much. This one sucks. Found a crime scene wrapped in defendant's muffler. Not the luminol spray. I'm just going crazy trying stuff. But it said fingerprinting isn't gonna hold him. And I tried the tape. I hate this guy. I hate this guy so much. The blood stain, which was gloves, so we didn't get any fingerprints off of it. And the fingerprint. I might need eeps. Hope the rest goes well. Yeah, you go get some sleep. Everyone's gotta get some rest here. Because I am floundering. Only the assigned detective prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna look it up because I'm going crazy. I have no idea what this game wants from me. This one sucks. I have an idea about what it wants, but every time I try to like path through a logic point, like, oh, well, maybe it's this, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I don't know what they want from me. This one kind of sucks. Case 5, day 2. No, wait, this would be day 3? No, yeah, this would be trial ladder. Yeah, this is Marshall's stupid-ass testimony. We'll see where you press Marshall's fifth statement. How did... I pressed Marshall's fifth statement! What? Okay. Press the statement. Keep reports. Keep up the murder. That's right. He says that's the only logical conclusion. Why were the Marshall's fingerprints? But Edward has him. What? The murderer was wearing gloves. Press Marshall's fifth date. How does he know about that? Edward states that he tried the prints on the gumshoes logger and determines that the murderer was wearing gloves. Marshall versus the security. He doesn't refer to the security video. Where? Where the fuck does he refer to the security video? I'm just gonna press this. Does it work? Maybe I need to press his prints? I don't know, man. Oh my, I'm going crazy. Even the internet can't help me. What? Okay, we pressed all the statements. Pay respects once a month. Let's write that and one more thing. Lock up to be mine. Why did I not press it? I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. What do you mean? No, I said... He said, I hate this, I hate this. Locker I used when I was a detective, this locker I still use. All that it's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. I see. We changed my friend's word all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint locker all this time without ever knowing it. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? I'm starting to go crazy. I'm starting to go so crazy. Seal blood is the desert. It's just food for the buzzards. There's one more reality, and that's this. The security tape. As long as my trail isn't on there, you can't say it otherwise. Oh, okay, now I hate this game. Because I didn't ask the one. I thought I did! Please consider carefully we're going to do this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad it wasn't me in the video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? Thank you. I finally figured something out. I don't like this case. Every other case, totally, even Van Karma, fine. This, awful. So if the video is the only direct evidence you have, but the video is next to useless, it's full of blind spots. Even Karma was better than this. Blind spots, places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth, the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall is present, please do show evidence. Oh my gosh, I got it. The one piece of evidence I've been wanting to show for so long. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now, let's have another look at the evidence. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness. I like this game. I really like this game. I will say, this case does kind of suck. This case is a little bit frustrating for me. Especially the video portions. I'm gonna go crazy, dude. Every other case, totally fine. This one, no. Not this one, man. Bring our attention back to the security camera. It's a mistake. I'm afraid you'll not soon forget, Officer Marshall. Our days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey! Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Hi, Jeannie. I know. That locker with the white cloth sticking out, that was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Good Jaina. Maybe he stuck the coat in there? And the hat? Going crazy, dude. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone! What does it mean of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order! It would seem that- hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. That's not my fault he happened to choose mine. But you can't open yours. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? He's an idiot. He doesn't know. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who could open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. Fingerprint sensor? Oh, look at him sweat! We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Is he chewing on beef jerky? I only got 1 word for you. No! What? Thanks, Jaina. Thank you. Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Again, chewing on the jerky here. Olay! Please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. It's no place for someone to hide the evidence room. Yet Officer Mises didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Hygiene. Alright, let's hear it. Where was the Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Wait. He was the victim. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. See, yeah, I got there eventually. Just took forever and me look up one answer because it's so stupid. But that's preposterous. Officer Mises witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Mises did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when unconfronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his ID card, sir. Yes, and did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on this ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would be blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have a hard evidence proving I dressed up as a victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beer, but you ain't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who can't take the desert heat. Oh, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like the lack of experience is finally exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics. Why is he helping me? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try to think outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance of he might be discovered later as he had been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's arguments, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that the white cloth is stuck out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Because of the blood on his shoulder. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. I hate this tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the cloth. Please show us why the witness... Okay, it's because of the blood. Wait, fast forward. This one I at least know. Because Meekins cut his hand really bad, and he touched Marshall. No! I hit the wrong button. I'm gonna kill Gumshoe for making this thing. Got it. There. For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know to do what yet. Yet? However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you were today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright. Seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. As this to Officer Meekins, I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught by the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was too much blood for such a small donation. Couldn't do anything. I fucked up the first time. When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years ago have passed since the case was closed. It was winning completely and with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. The incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I want to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost, I don't care what anyone says, partner, the case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I... Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective ID card? I stole it the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman was started filling out the lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor of the prosecutor's parking lot. The ID card I found was left by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you couldn't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Good must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-of-a-million type of person. Mistaking detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about this raise this year. There it is! When did Edward get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... managed to escape. I knew which areas would become a camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every day. 6 hours. If it had all gone planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat on your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Wait, I didn't do the last one? I gotta make sure now. I keep screwing myself over by not being really certain I've done everything. The blood found on the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown up that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone! What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Hedeglin's locker is already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer, this is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will be a serious consequences. It just can't be forgiven with the simplest cut in salary. Not the salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Poor Officer Gumshoe. I wonder how much he makes. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine because Neil Marshall, his brother died, I'm sure. Maybe a son, but probably a brother. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I just can't forget the SL9 incident. You know why? But the case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he got what his sentence deserved. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved several murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is he so concerned with the incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I feel like we wind up here sooner or later. Everyone who's involved here is related to the case in some way. I'd better take another look at the files. Because it's your brother!
Objection!
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard that name. 2 years ago, he had the sign! He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got! What? A prosecutor? Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa! I can't read it all to see if I could have read it! Ugh, he must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He's a prosecutor! You know the SL9 case before I did. That's right, he was killed, and the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. And he was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the deputy chief of police. There he is in the corner! The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. They were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. Hi. Hi, strangers. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. Okay, maybe your brother was just shit then? And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it. You can't fool me. Thank you, Angel. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with his resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. Okay, so we have that part. We still have SL. We're basically solving 3 cases at once. SL9, the Goodman murder, and then the evidence room case. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder of the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on in the police department. No, it's connected. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's parking lot is the real one. But where's the blood? Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. No, someone else was there, technically. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me the boys got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place in the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. The testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Ugh! No, there's 5 minutes unaccounted for. I rest my case. But dude, it was in your car! This trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. It's proving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. Their apparent murder at the security camera tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court defines the defendant. Hold it. Your Honor, wait. Emma? Defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edward, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Okay, Von Karma. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, the name of the both Sky sisters were in the file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but if I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. When did she leave? So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. Oh, Mr. Wright, those traces of blood on the door are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone saved Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be of more use, but still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? Sure?
Objection!
This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been starting pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? I mean, something hasn't been drawn on here? Wait, are you saying that, the blue badger is missing? Something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark, meaning it was hidden. Let's pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Larry, well, Mr. Wright, all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove the floor plans are missing something? What about the piece of plywood? I said that! The blue badger! Mascot of the police force. Defender of the truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Shit. Please look at the floor plans at the crime scene. The blue badger is not there. So watch what happens when we put him there. It covers Gumshoe's locker specifically. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Hiding the blood mark. Well, what? That's right! So long as the blue badger is dancing there, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this exact spot of the locker. What? So that means, just what exactly does that mean? It was there before? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found at the locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put them there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma! That afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean the blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, on the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape by the security camera. So was there already blood on the floor then? Because we can't see the floor, which obviously cut his hand, which a trivial amount of blood fell. Problem is the other time. Was it earlier in the day? Because he said it was between 4 to 5:30, so Detective Goodman could have died at 4:20 when the other person came in, the 77771. Someone blood prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claims. Murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, it does not explain the blood mark found at the locker, or the amount of blood found on the floor. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to the office precincts being cut by Jake Marshall, who knows who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in the evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? Mr. Edwards said. Proof must be presented. There's only one piece of evidence that shows that. Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? It would have had to have been at 4:20, right? The only person we don't know. Let's see, in order to do so, it would have the ID card. An ID card? Oh! The ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50. If the crime took place before the time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Ah! Miles Edwards, just what have you done? I never would have figured you'd had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. Afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime had been wiped away by the real murderer. It would have just been 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry the body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have been taking place before Mr. Edward entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's one person we don't have. There's only one other card, number reading 7s. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? With a visitor ID card? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's what I was thinking. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7. Mr. Edwards, please look at this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number is 7, belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is so-called executive officer, like Gantz. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one such situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against the executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all like, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you could keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She was charged with murder. Of course, we would have looked up her ID murder, and it's not 7. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I meant to ask. All I know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, do you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat this question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for this trial. At the time, we Occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look at me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Huh? Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to do. Ah, that's a bad answer. In order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence, what the fuck does that mean? See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. I'd have to wait until the following day. Okay, I think we still have today's investigation and all of tomorrow. And I think tomorrow is long. I see what Monica was saying about, like, this one being very long. There's no way I can fit. It's already 1 a.m. Holy shit. And we still have a whole other trial. That's at least another few hours. I don't know how much is left, but I don't think I can finish this today. I have to be up tomorrow. So I'll stop this for now and we'll see how far. We'll finish this tomorrow for sure. But it might be a case of maybe I get to start Andromeda. If it's like 3 hours left, I don't want to be up for another 3 hours like that. But we might be able to start Andromeda and see how far we get in that, at least to get it going. Right, Medley? Yeah, and Medley needs food too. I have to go. Thank you all so much for being here. I will see you next time. Have a